This show is intended for adult audiences. You know, people with bills, backaches, responsibilities, and a functioning sense of humor. It contains strong language, stronger opinions, and the kind of jokes that might send the emotionally fragile into a full-blown meltdown. If you're easily offended, perpetually outraged, or think words are violence, this is your cue to clutch your pearls, grab a blankie, and sprint to your nearest safe space. Or, you know, just get in the sea. We won't miss you. For everyone else, buckle up and let's have some laughs.
Rated D for Dickhead.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body?
I'm gonna come.
Nice tits.
A real setup of donkers. Packing some Doban hunkeros, Bakhanaga hooks, humongous hungalamga no logongas.
I want people in the industry to be a little bit louder about people being mean to other people, and maybe say it's not a good thing.
I don't really care, Margaret.
Hello. I'm off. Basically, run.
What's going down, babes? Show me the loving.
Silence! You are too gay to be the doctor.
I'm wonderful, and I'm the most amazing person in the universe.
Exterminate!
Go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them. With the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
But hey, that's just a theory. A theory.
Demonic presence at unsafe levels. Lockdown.
Why are you running? Let's take some dope.
I am like,
I have had hallucinations on weed before.
if I get that high,
Them babies, Alyssa. Disabilities. I wanted to finish Elden Ring, goddammit.
He's a piece of shit.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
the reason why DEI was put in place in the first place was incredibly disingenuous racism and sexism, people being discriminated against. This was put in place to try and
Disillusion young dudes.
white men or straight people. Someone's getting a job over them that doesn't deserve it. People are missing out on jobs that deserve it more than a person who's getting it because they're a woman or because they're black. But these people are making a lot of money, print money, cash, money,
well,
capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Bad news.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're back, baby. We are so back. It's Sunday, and it's WTF Live Sunday edition. That means it's Red Dwarf time, which I am always looking forward to. No more, well, just a little bit, taking out the trash and all of that stuff. And well, it's been a week. We'll probably have to get to that because it was about a week ago that we were talking about the Russian lady, not Russian, Ukrainian lady. I keep doing that. What's wrong with me? And the Ukrainian lady, and then of course things got exponentially worse from there. So holy crap, what a week it's been. We'll be talking a little bit about that, but mostly we're here to review some Red Dwarf, and we've got two absolute bangers to review tonight, filled with iconic lines. Man, there's even a hot wax drip unsightly hair remover joke, which is probably my favorite, although we've got the entirety of Justice to go through as well, so that's going to be absolutely brilliant. You love it, you need it, and we are here to deliver it. So let's put this fucking week behind us and get on with our lives in the best possible way by laughing our asses off. And hey, you never know, fill up these bars and maybe we'll be laughing a lot louder for a lot longer. Let's see what happens. I'm not out of bounds for playing Jackbox, even though we're starting an hour later than we normally would, so we'll see what happens there. But in the meantime, let's get things on the road. Let's introduce, of course, the panel as we always have on Sunday. We've got John, we've got Rhoda, we've got Helzo. John, what the hell's going on with you, man?
Well, DramaticaLaur is going to be happy to hear it, but yes, I'm becoming an old man. I'm having a hard time eating cheese pizza without getting indigestion. And thankfully, though, I am a wizard, so you know, I made some potions and took care of the situation. So yeah, that's
wizards make potions. I thought that was witches.
Well, no, like it's just, you know, the word potion means potent solution. So you know, like that. My years at the doctor's office, I was the medicine man. I mixed all the shit together and all that kind of stuff. So you know, you go get your diagnosis from the doctor, and then you come to me, and I make everything. So thankfully, I was like, I think I know where it is, and I found it, and then you know, so I'm much better now. But I did have like about a 12-hour period where I was just like feeling like ass. Like, when's this gonna end? When's this gonna stop? You know, just eat cheese pizza for fuck's sake. So yeah. I'm not 22 anymore. I'm twice as old as that, so I can't eat pizza every day for a week. So, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that anyway.
I wouldn't either, quite honestly. But especially I will be going to get groceries tomorrow.
Yeah, you really have to. Like I know what you mean. I feel like I'm 40 now, and I feel like if I eat shit like fried food, like fast food, more specifically, if there's too many days in a row where I end up eating like McDonald's or local equivalents, or like Chinese fried chicken or something like that, after a couple of days I'm just desperate for like a roast meal, like a roast dinner or something, like, and I'll beg my wife to cook or something, like, because I'm so busy. Normally I would do it, but you know, and then you eat that and you just feel alive again in a way you haven't before. So yeah,
I think tomorrow
sucks, but it also kind of sets you on the better path, you know.
Yeah,
so that's
it's good. It's a good little reminder of why I have such a healthy lifestyle for the most part. But every once in a while, I'll just be like, I'm just gonna get pizza. But
yeah, I haven't had a pizza in like maybe a month now, and I missed it, but I know if I ate like 3 or 4 slices of pizza for dinner, I'd feel like a fat fuck afterwards.
Yeah. So. And so so I will get some organic ground beef tomorrow, and some cheese, and you know, peanut butter, pickles, the essentials and whatnot, and everything should be good to go. And I'll just
peanut butter and pickles. That's a bad combination.
Oh no, dude! Peanut butter pickle burritos with sriracha and cheese. I'm telling you, it is a game changer.
Fucking Americans, man.
Listen, dude, it's the best. It's the
no
best.
wonder your country's going to war with itself. Sounds like your stomach would be after that. But anyway,
that actually is like one of the best things you can do, because it's got like all these fats and acids that are just like everything's in balance. Perfect.
Peanut butter is surprisingly good for you, actually. You shouldn't eat it all the time, but it's a good source of protein, and there's a few other things in there too. But fair enough. All right.
Let's fucking go. You know? Rhoda.
Quite. Rhoda, look at this N-word. Joining us at the last minute, despite the job scare and saying that if he didn't lose his job, he would be here. But then you told us you didn't lose your job and you're still here. What the hell is going on?
I know, right? I'm as surprised to see me as you are. Yeah, but basically, the job thing worked out fine because the assistant manager had my back, and then like late last night, from my perspective, which is yesterday afternoon for most people because I tend to get up at 4 a.m. I got a message from one of our shift managers saying, "Could I switch to early shift instead of the mid shift like I thought I was doing today?" So, and then you guys started an hour late. So here we are.
Yeah, that was just because kids can throw wrenches into things all the time, you know.
I bet.
There it is, you know.
Yeah, you see them running around the shop floor screaming all day, so I can believe that.
I mean, we've got one who's just starting to realize her own ability to control her facial expressions. So she's actually given us the first smiles of her entire life in the last couple of days, which is just the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. The other one is now so confident in her ability to move that you can't leave her anywhere. She will escape. You will find her like finding the wet wipes and just scattering them all over the floor, and you know, thus rendering them useless because they dry out. And so there you go. Brilliant. Yeah, but the two of them together is a big problem. So anyway, you finish your story, mate. Yeah, go on.
Oh yeah, and I can report that yesterday's copy of The Guardian didn't sell. I looked for it when I was going to throw the old newspapers away, and it wasn't there. But later in the day, I found it on the shop floor. Some customer had just moved it.
Close call. Close call.
And today,
like, that doesn't even put it on the ground where everybody can step on it.
Like the goddamn Death Star run that is, man. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, and today we didn't even have one delivered, so it's not going to sell today.
Oh, the Guardian. The stupidest fucking
paper is getting expensive.
I know, right? It's like next time there's like a lockdown, which better not ever happen, of course. But if there ever is, at least you know you've got the Guardian close by, so in case you don't have any toilet paper. So there's that. My God, though, that is the worst newspaper in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you might actually get more substantial information from a tabloid.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be this prestigious sort of like speaking truth to power kind of thing, like the whole socialist vibe. It's a leftist paper, but it was always kind of, you know, it had people like Charlie Brooker writing for it and things like that, and it was all right. But now it's just literally changing headlines. Like, what was the thing I saw them who were publishing about the UK protest that happened, the Tommy Robinson protest? Great success, by the way. Well done.
Yeah,
fucking Britain found its balls again. Love to see it.
Amazing.
And it was like they overwhelmed the Metropolitan Police and ran over them, basically.
Love to see it.
Which you love to see as well. And I was just sort of laughing about the fact that the headline from The Guardian was like, police brutality, or like, no, assault, police officers assaulted by far right extremists. And I was like, weren't you talking about defunding the police a few years ago? You pick a fence, pick a lane, you sons of bitches, you know?
Well, that's the great thing about being disingenuous is you can lean to whatever's convenient in the moment, and so you still have moral superiority.
Yeah, the UK is still a couple of years behind America on figuring out what happens when you fuck around with that kind of shit. Seems that, you know, the recent events that we'll probably talk about a little bit have developed into sort of a cold civil war at the moment, which, you know, hopefully doesn't escalate. But it's good to see people figuring out that the left never had any fucking power en masse. For finally, like Joe Normie has realized that you can actually tell these people to go fuck themselves and nothing will happen. You know?
Yeah.
So that's glorious.
Yeah.
And part of that is ignoring the Guardian. Anyway,
I have a theory that all of the negative articles that have come out today, I reckon that they were actually written before the protests.
You think?
They'd already decided what they were going to say rather than looking at what happened.
That's interesting.
I'm pretty sure.
That is interesting. Yeah, I feel like that happens more often than not as well. Like people are tipped off things are going to happen, and there's always a plant in there. Look at January 6th with all the Fed chants and stuff like that happened back in 2021. Utter bollocks, all of it.
Oh, there were also reports about the Charlie Cook situation that a lot of people a day before, like some leftist stuff, were tweeting about it on or blue skying about it. I don't know how that is called there, but something's big is gonna happen. There were some screenshots earlier. And yeah,
you mean you're looking for like the nomenclature for like the verb to post on Blue Sky? I like to call it coping. There were a few copes on Blue Sky.
That's a good one, to be honest. Yeah, I was going to
recommend sharting.
That's a good one too.
Taking a good long dump, with the character.
Anyway, speaking of the person who is speaking, Helzo, what's up with you, buddy? How's the update? How are the cats?
So far so good. I kind of took a whole week off of any
plus signs in the chat, everyone.
What's that?
yeah. Also before the stream on the chat, my cat basically spammed everything and almost broke my computer, but everything is fine. That's a sign that your cats are healthy. If they're doing mischievous stuff,
jumping around, walking on stuff, interested.
The black cat is doing all sorts of his weird stuff, like eating plastic bags and dishwashers, like dishwashing sponges and stuff like all the normal addicted cat to various substances, because that's what he is. Apparently he likes. The orange cat is licking the walls when he's bored.
I was gonna say that seems like more like orange cat activity, but the orange cat's a wall licker than
look. They're exchanging energy, all right. And now on top of that we have the little fluff, the fourth cat, who's yay big. He's not here, and he's now running around, and he's driving everyone crazy. And what Will said, that he figured out how to be mischievous and just disappear, and you're like, where the fuck is he? And you're afraid to either take a step because you might actually squash him because he's actually smaller than my foot.
Oh,
so that's all. But yeah, everything is currently okay. Everything is fine. Hopefully it remains that. I will know on Wednesday. But something that Rhoda said about the Guardian and what you said about the articles that were written. Yes, up until today, we didn't have anything on the protests in the UK, anything in any major news media here. And now that you're saying that there was police assaults and stuff like that written in the Guardian, I saw the same articles in several of the major websites here for news. So they're taking everything from places like the Guardian, and they're still going with the 110,000 attendees.
Yeah, you can see from the Guardian's own helicopter shot that there's well over 1 million.
I was watching that. 110,000. Come on.
It's more than that. There's more than 1 million.
At least say 500. At least be a little bit more believable. 110,000, bitch. There are more people that are in my city.
Yeah, they're trying to say it was 150,000 people.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but I've seen what 100,000 people looks like in London plenty of times when we've had royal events and stuff. This was 10 times that. This was exponentially more than any royal event I've ever seen. This is a couple of million people, at least, I think.
Didn't the O2 Arena have like 100,000 people?
Yeah, they swarmed.
I mean, Old Trafford holds 80,000.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly. No, far more than that.
Yeah.
Must have actually been really intense to be part of it, because I've been in London crowds, and when people are trying to move and go places, I guess it's worse. But It's when you're back to back, like with people, like it can be pretty scary. But I guess when you're high on patriotism, I guess it's better, So good for you guys in the UK. I'm looking forward to seeing how this develops. Robinson says there'll be more of these.
Yeah, he's talking about renting out Hyde Park.
Yeah, doing a concert. I'm like, I responded to him. I was like, well done, sir. Please watch your back. We are in crazy times right now. If the UK lost him, it could really fuck everyone, So don't do that. It was the biggest ever protest in British history. They're still trying to say it. Even India's copying the fucking the statistic of 110,000 people. But basically, Tommy Robinson literally claims there are millions out for the United Kingdom Free Speech Festival today. Any mainstream media who prints anything otherwise is lying. He shouted from the protest. I love this guy. He's a bulldog. He's really got up in my estimation. Anyway, sorry, Helzo, I totally stepped on your intro, mate. Would you like to wrap it up?
That's okay. No, we're discussing this stuff as we go, because I mean the times are. I even posted like just in a week we have had more
news.
I'm gonna say weird, and this is totally does not encompass what has happened, but more weirdness than we have had for a year during the lockdowns.
I mean, this year's been fucking eventful, right? You started off with Trump, the administration of Trump forming, as each person got cleared to actually do the job that they were recommended for, and started doing it. Then you had Doge just ram into USAID, like lock it down, kick people out, and reveal all this shit. Then all the subsequent fucking shitty woke projects, from video games to overseas fucking abstract projects that were just there to undermine and destabilize nations, just one by one get felted. And it was win. And then this last 2 weeks has just been like a bulldozer of like backlash against it. So now it's like this, I feel like the times are definitely changing, and they could go in either direction at the moment. And this is the moment, guys. Get out and make yourself heard,
Yeah. The company that I work at is very into trendy stuff. Like it's not only because, wokeness and stuff like that, the flags every Pride Month, things like that. The company is trying to be very modern because it's international. Last year, when I went in the office to just collect some stuff because we were still working from home, it was full on 7,000 color alphabets all over the place. It was basically like going into a fever dreams when I ate bad mushrooms. This year, nothing. The whole month went like it was just another month. No celebration, no Slack messages, nothing. And that's a clear sign, because these companies, like the ones that I'm working on, I work in fintech, it's basically they're always trying to be trendy, to be inclusive, not because they believe in it. They're just trying to be with the times, and because they were being fed in the previous years that the times are woke and stuff like that, they were going along with it. And now that they're apparently that's no longer the reason. And the company that I work at is one of many. I spoke with former colleagues of mine in different companies. They said, nope, not a beat this year, which is very eventful in these spheres.
Well, I mean, it's been a weird one, hasn't it? I guess we'll just sort of drag our way into talking a little bit about the week that we've had. I assume that you're more or less done with your intro then at this point.
Absolutely, yeah.
Super. All right. Well, before we do that then, guys, thank you for being here. Appreciate you in the chat. I can see you. We are going to get to Red Dwarf very, very quickly. Before that, we'll just do a quick summary of some of the crazy shit that's happened this week. I want to remind you all, of course, that your in-flight entertainment can be unlocked by hitting the join button. Join the Grift Force. Fill up this bar. Feed my kids, basically. And this one's for memberships. This one's for super chats. If you want to jump in, we would very much appreciate it if you could fill at least one of these bars. If you manage to do both, we will turn this into a Jackbox gaming stream. At least that's the plan, unless it gets so crazily late that we end up having to do it tomorrow or something like that. But either way, that will happen. when you guys fill up both these bars. So that's a thing. Please do support the channel as much as you can. It really does make all the difference to me, as it is my only source of income these days. And that's is actually feeding my family, and it is actually feeding my family. So fucking glory to you. So lovely, and thank you very much. Into that end, then St. Hugo jumped in for €2 straight out of the gate. Says starting the Jackbox Fund under cover of daylight. See, people are loving this, man. Like this is the juice, you know, and it is worth the squeeze because we always have such a good time with that. It gets crazy. So I love to see it. Thank you, St. Hugo. Appreciate you. Rosie6486 jumps off the top rope with the steel chair and the barbed wire baseball bat for $19.99 and some Dobon Hunkeros.
I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, some serious hunkers. A real set of badonkers. Packing some Dobon Hunkeros. Massive da Hunka Bankaloos. Big old Tanahangara Cougars. What happens next? Transfer student shows up one day with even bigger Baghanaga Hoogs. Humongous Hungalamga Nonologangas.
God, thank you very much. She says to get the stream started on a positive note. That is, you know, that does actually make a difference, I find. You know, I think you get like halfway through a stream and then there's nothing at all, it does discourage other people. I mean, it's not like, you know, I want to entertain people, I want to earn it, but you know, I'm never going to say no to that. So I appreciate you very much for bothering. Thank you. Amazing. God, we're getting there. Apologies, that was only supposed to be set to 40 memberships, not 50. Sardoc is here for £5. Now, see, freedom pounds right there. Says this pride I identify as a member of the IDGAF plus community. I think we can all attest to that. Any opposed?
No, it would actually be nice to have you know, Easter colors represent Easter again.
Yeah, baby. I mean, Pride this year was interesting because they kept pushing it and no one cared. It was the most lazy, half-assed non-event I think I've ever seen. And what was it coupled with something else that happened? I can't think. God, it's been a year. I'm gonna have to go back through my entire channel like of this year and just look at every single bloody story and come up with the definitive list of stories for the whole year by the end of the year. And it's gonna be a 2-hour stream, I think, just covering everything that happened.
The fucked up thing is too, you know, like it's never enough, right? You know, oh, we want our whole fucking month, but they actually now here, even though it wasn't very effective, they started pushing that shit in mid-May, and it carried all the way into mid-July. So now it's like a 2-month thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the way they go, isn't it? They like, oh, well, you know, it's always like this with the left. You know, they start off like, well, you know, you don't want these people to feel like they've been ignored or not represented, right? And then it's fine, have your fucking gay little march. All right. And then could you take off the fucking bondage gear? Like, could you put your dick away, please? There's children here. But that's the point. We want to be celebrated. Now kneel before my ball sack as I teabag this 10-year-old. You know, it's like, whoa, buddy, how the fuck did you get to that so quickly? What shit? Well, for anybody who feels like they want to do that with their time,
I've got some bad news. Bad news.
By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I bid you stand! Men of the West!
Fuck yeah. I was really happy when I added that one to the roster. I didn't want it to come across too much as we don't care if you're teabagging 10-year-olds, by the way. That's what I sort of realized what I was doing there with those messages. So let's just amp it up a bit. Let's, you know, save face. Then we've got discuss things, gifting. Thank you. Panelist gifts are I never quite know how to respond. Rhoda knows this as well, but all I'm going to say then is thank you very much. I really appreciate it, buddy. And then Paul Thomas Ashworth gives 5 more as well. That's 10 so far out of the bar, Mike.
There's one thing you better know, and that is
amazing.
I love all of y'all. Listen, can I explain something to you about being a daddy?
Don't try to frighten us with your devotion.
Daddy is the breadwinner. You dig what I'm saying? And if you don't win that bread, it just don't come around.
All right, let's do some Rush news. I mean, by which I mean, let's just sort of have a little chat. It's been a week. Emotions have been very high. We've had tragedies. We've had victories. We've had victories caused by tragedies. Where's everybody's head at as we wrap up probably the most insane week of the year?
It's certainly one of those things where it has been received very I don't know, I think it's about as well as can be. You got all these people who talked about consequence culture and all this kind of stuff that are now dealing with the fact that they got exactly what they wanted, and the consequence of saying outlandish shit on social media, which I couldn't agree more. Actually, what they asked for, it's like, all right, well, here it is. This is what you wanted. So, have fun with that.
That's a really good point, because I'm constantly, I've been thinking about that a lot this week. Like, we're turning around now and going, fire these fucks, right? And then the left turn around and say, well, I thought you didn't like cancel culture. And it's like, there's a big difference, motherfucker, between, Trump saying Rosie O'Donnell is a fat pig, and someone else liking it, and then they deserve to get cancelled and lose their job and get unpersoned, right? And someone celebrating a completely, just a vicious, violent, totally undeserved assassination of someone who was mischaracterized for years by the very people who championed cancel culture, then getting the just desserts. There's a very big difference. So I mean, go on.
I was going to say, that's treat as you'd like to be treated. So, it's like,
it's not even like, it's not treat how you have to be treated, because sensible people were canceled for, in some cases, words that they have said years ago. And I mean, decades ago. They tried to cancel George Carlin several years ago, post-mortem, just so you know.
I maintain that George Carlin would agree with us.
He
was anti-authoritarian.
Yes. No. Look, George Carlin was exactly the freedom of thought, freedom of speech, saying your piece, stuff like that. And he was an intellectual. The left tried to cancel him for some stuff, even though half of his specials was for things that they would actually like, because he was just speaking his mind. The thing is,
it's like if you disagree with one point with these people, then everything you say is wrong, even if they agree with everything else.
Exactly. And the thing is, I one thing that has me baffled, and I watched a short clip. I am not smart enough for this world to have so many motherfuckers dumber than me. That's what's keeping me up at night, because if you have to explain the difference between being canceled for a offensive word that you said and thinking that this is the same thing as being canceled for mocking the death of someone who is being assassinated, who is a father, who is a husband, who is actually one person who actively comes and says, let's talk about it, instead of let's just she bang bang. And if you think that those things are comparable, then you're an idiot. I mean, they're whining that they're getting fired because they're celebrating someone's death, not because someone said a bad word. And they're trying to say that this is the same. Go fuck yourself. Sorry for that, but go.
No, you're completely correct.
Eat dirt. And you have to explain to people. Like, you have to actually sit down and try to explain that. I think a 5-year-old would know it better than these idiots.
Yeah, if you want to call me a Nazi, you want to call me a
creative, man.
racist, you want to call me a bigot, you want to call me cis or any of these other, I don't give a shit about any of that. But you know, like you're sitting there thinking that, oh, you know what I'm gonna do today? I'm going to celebrate someone just meeting a tragic end live on TV, which either goes to show that you didn't even see it, or if you did and you still hold that line, you are beyond the fucking pale in terms of where your humanity's at. So, you know,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they do not have the capacity to agree to disagree. You can disagree with someone. You cannot like someone's stances. I've had, especially with Charlie Kirk, I've had things that I very, very like about what he said, and I've disagreed with some stuff. Doesn't mean that I would celebrate something. I wouldn't celebrate it if it was something that I completely disagree with, or that has a genuinely abhorrent way of thinking. I wouldn't celebrate. Well, and that's where the like kind of the line, because if he's a violent mass criminal, some absolute complete scumbag,
monster,
so many people, like the previous event that happened before Charlie Kirk, then we could discuss that. We could have a discussion about that, and maybe the line would blur, but those are two completely different stuff.
Yeah, no, I think there's some wiggle, like say someone's a complete piece of shit and they just die of natural causes, and you're like, oh well, I don't have to deal with that fucker.
Good riddance.
Yeah. Like I understand that, but
that's different.
You know,
this is different. There's a lot of different.
This is quite something else entirely. This
I mean,
is
the reality,
bearing your darkness to the world.
Right. Look, the worst things that like Charlie Kirk ever said that someone might find offensive are just literally the same things that every common person believes, which are the standard issue things like boys and girls can't change into the other. You know,
which a 5-year-old knows,
which is a scientific fact. You know, there is no possible way for it to happen. You can't, even if you get there before puberty, you can't actually do it. It's all done in the womb. In fact, it's done before the baby is even a baby. In terms of what we call physicality, that shit was decided a long time ago, pretty much at the moment of, in fact, entirely at the moment of conception. So, like, you know, at that very point, it has decided which hormones, which shit is going to go and which organs you're going to develop and blah, 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 blah. So, you know, it is literally impossible. And it's time people stopped pretending out of some misguided act of kindness for a bunch of people who, as it turns out, are getting very violent. And
they don't deserve that kindness.
And the worst part, even worse than that, is the way it's been reported. Like to date now, like to this afternoon, the left-wing media are still trying to pin this on MAGA. Like this guy's bullets, right? The bullets he used to kill Charlie Kirk. They had the uwu, notice his bulge, whatever, fucking furry meme, which is a trans thing, right? Whether you like it or not, trans and furries are married to each other at this point.
Right.
They've done that themselves. I don't know how or why, but they have. Then you've got what's the other? Oh, hey, fascist catch, right? Which is Antifa.
Yeah,
that
500 kilogram bomb.
Yeah, you got Bella Ciao, which is an anti-Nazi song from the Italians in World War II. It wasn't originally, but it was sung in rebellion to, you know, the Germans in WW2, and continued to be kind of a rebellion song. Even in the Spanish show that was called Money Heist, that kind of took over this part of the world a few years ago, and everyone was watching it. It's a really good show, actually, if anyone who speaks English hasn't seen it. And then the last one was like, if you are reading this, you are gay, LOL, or LMAO, which is a red herring.
Right. I was gonna say that. Yeah, that was the one of the interesting things about this week is you know, I saw all these people. Oh, they want to say that it's this. They want to say that it's some trans act. Look, it's not. It's like, you're right.
Oh yeah, we put something homophobic on a
He's not trans, but his boyfriend is.
Yeah, that was the cement, wasn't it? It was he's not trans, but his boyfriend is. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. So I think at this point they really are used to just getting away with this. Apathy and good nature has allowed this shit, this rot to fester and fester until it's got to the point where it is breaking. Now it's beyond the pale, like you said. It's now violence, win after win after win for common sense and the center right, or whatever you want to call them. Libertarians, I would say mostly. Liberty has prevailed massively this year, especially in America. And no one cares if you call someone a racist or whatever anymore. The only thing no one really expected that one of these bitches would actually pull a rifle and shoot someone. And so you've changed everything now. Like I've been saying, the culture war's over. You can't win a war of ideas, and if someone's got bullets, you can't do it.
Yeah.
So, what your move left? Tell us how we should proceed, because I swear to God, one more inch and it will get violent.
Yeah. One more thing. Remember what the scene was when George Floyd died? How they were trashing the cities and stuff like that. Has any? And I'm asking John because he's there. His boots on the ground. If you do you see the fires engulfing from the right? Do you see trans people being hanged in the streets and everything?
It's funny you should mention that, because there was some stupid fucktard that said something about, look, just wait for all the fires burning they're going to burn their cities down. It's like, no, actually, that's not how we handle this. We actually just kind of look at what is happening in people's own actions and kind of say, hey, you remember that thing that we were talking about, accountability, fucking around, finding out. Yeah, we don't have to burn down infrastructure or anything like that to actually keep society moving forward. If anything, what we're going to do is we're going to free up some jobs so that, people that have more discernible skills and common sense can actually be more productive. And the people that were already looking for a handout or some kind of way to just be taken care of, well, now's your chance to go get a free donut and a cup of coffee while you stand in the unemployment line. So
it is.
Yeah.
I think more will come though, one way or another. I feel like some mistakes will be made along the way as well.
Oh, of course.
But I feel like people are red alert right now.
Right, but again, that'll be one of those things where individual actions dictate, specific outcomes. And so that's, we don't have some hive mind mentality.
No, I mean, I was bothered by and yet simultaneously delighted to see. And this is kind of, it's not something you're comfortable to admit, but when there was that vigil that took place in I can't remember which, Idaho or somewhere like that, for Kirk, and then some dickhead got on a scooter and rode through the middle of it screaming "fuck Charlie Kirk," and he got surrounded by like 20 people, dragged off his scooter and got his fucking head kicked in.
I mean,
there was a very similar one with a car as well. I'm not sure what state that was in, but I saw that yesterday. Pretty much exactly the same thing.
Like, it makes me shake my head and yet half crack a smile at the same time. And I'm very conflicted about that because I don't want to support that. I don't think we should resort to that, but I also know full well that is about all that these fuckers will understand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like, people have had enough.
Sensible. Like being sensible to a point, being accommodating to a point, being more intelligent to the point, to the way that they can think. Because bullies and low intelligent people, when you're trying to ignore them, when you're trying to be sensible to them, when you're trying to be even kind to them, even understanding, or have a discourse, they'll only just push forward, and they'll push. Right. Yeah, and they're gonna push too far, as they push too far on both occasions. Actually, I'm counting the train stabber as one of them, because that's again part of that whole let's be inclusive, let's be overly good to minorities and stuff like that. 14 times he has been released. 14.
I know. Disgusting, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Career criminal. Kills an innocent woman, and then the fucking mayor. What's her name? Vi Lyles or something.
But even if he
I can't remember her name. All I know is if you swap a few letters around, it's Vile Lies, which I think is way better. So whatever fucking her real name is, Vile Lies comes out, and she's like, "Well, this poor man is a product of a substandard mental health." Blah blah. She has a fucking mental health business, by the way, and then it's like, yeah, you know what we need to do. Vi Lyles, yeah, that's it. And we need, you know what we need to do, guys? Oh, we need to have a better and more robust and more considerate mental health system for these people.
Asylums.
And and we used to have those. We called them asylums.
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
And you deemed them fucking inhumane. So, maybe you should shut the fuck up, move over, and let the fucking adults make a move. Because there's another element to this as well. Do you remember when the Acolyte got cancelled? And then those pathetic, sad little bread tube dickheads, well, they're not bread tubers, but they're leftists anyway, Acolyte fans with their little, there are more of us. There are more of us. There are more of us. And then, of course, one of them was caught stealing someone else's identity and stuff like that, and mentally ill, and blah, blah, blah. So, about 10 times as many YouTubers from our lot got together and made one as well. It's like there are way more of us. And the reality is, whether it's gaming, whether it's movies, TV shows, whether it's pop culture at all, or if it's just population centers and how people feel, look at the actual county map of America from that election and tell me how much is actually blue. And the reality is there are way more of us, and when it comes to America, we're armed.
Right.
There was some douchebag said, "Oh, if there's a civil war," and he had like manic eyes too for a guy who's the same age as me, and he's like, "If there's a civil war, the blue states control all the fresh water."
I live in a red state that has a river that goes right through the middle. It's like a mile and a half away from my house.
Point one, what blue states? Yeah, because almost every blue state has an overwhelming conservative population.
Yeah, blue city.
Number two, there's fresh water fucking everywhere.
There's these things called underground aquifers.
Yeah, and number three, what are you gonna do when 10 times as many people as you have come marching up with their privately owned firearms and take that water from you with minimal effort?
Yeah. There's another interesting thing to what you were saying about the scooter incident is the point of incitement, I think, is an important part of discretion, right? It wasn't as though people just went and found someone and started beating the shit out of him. He incited a reaction.
Yep.
So again, this is kind of that whole fuck around and find out. Like,
don't speak ill of the dead.
Right.
Especially when you killed them or complicit in that.
Is the difference between the response that is currently taking place and the antics of the Summer of Love and deifying a fentanyl addict. There is a very different way that this is transpiring. People want to get together and have some community and pray and have some fellowship. As a big difference between that and having some kind of mob rule mentality of, hey, let's go down to the local economic center and destroy all the small businesses.
It never fails to amaze me. I watched all that shit happen from the lockdown that we were supposed to be having, and just shook my head. It was like one of the darkest times. It wasn't as bad as the last Wednesday or whatever Thursday day it was. For me, it was Thursday. But when Kirk got killed, it was very early in the morning Thursday, and I just happened to be awake. But those riots were fucking appalling too. Like true failure of society. Then we had to watch for years as they rip down statues and replace them with these hideous abstract monstrosities. It's got to go. It's got to go. What was Benny Johnson said something that was really like I've never seen him talk like this before, and it was right after. To be fair, it was like the next day after Kirk, and he literally said he will never stop. He will not sleep. He will not rest until this Marxist, bloodthirsty, insane, evil left-wing ideology has been ripped root and stem from the American Republic and thrown on the fire where it belongs. And I'm like, yes, let's all start talking like this. I've been waiting for this.
Oh, they will.
And I'm not American. But everywhere in the world, I fear for my fucking kids because it's like, okay, well, it's not too bad here right now, but it's starting. It's starting. You're already getting the Bayarts are starting to fucking go, well, you must call me by my preferred pronouns in the Philippines. It's like, don't think so, buddy. Like, where am I going to go? Where am I going to take my kids? Where is there going to be anywhere on earth? It has to be stopped, or we're all fucked. And nothing.
Yeah, it is. It is over. It is coming to an end, and it's coming to an end fast. I mean, they're in the find out phase now.
I think so. I really do.
It's gonna continue apace. It really is.
Like they tried to do it. I say we, right? Again, I'm not American, but in spirit, I feel like I fucking am at this point. Although, of course, I'm also extremely British and very much in support of what's going on there at the moment this week with Tommy Robinson. But like they tried to do it the correct way through election, and protest and everything like that. And what was the reward? One of the best of us got a bullet to the neck, and his wife became a widow and his kids became fatherless. And as long as that's the case, as long as that remains the level we know that they will take it to, then there is no choice but to wipe them out. Not necessarily physically. I'm not talking about that, but I mean, I know what you'd have to do. I don't want to say it on YouTube, but some re-education would have to be in order.
You're completely right, because if this slips, if anyone lets this slip, they're never gonna let it slip on the public level. But if the justice system lets it slip for any reason whatsoever, and I mentioned this, that they might try to plead insanity as well. I think I replied to a post on that, because that's
several million people. I don't think you can build enough asylums in time.
The thing is that if for some reason, and I know what people are being calling what the sentence should be for him and for that train stabber, whatever happens, if for any reason this slips, the left, and when I say the left, I want to say something. It's not the left versus the right. It's those far left psychos versus sensible people. And sensible people can be found everywhere, but there's only one side that is that far off the reservation currently.
Right.
And these people are going to take it as the bullies that they are mentally and apparently physically, as we have seen. They're going to say, okay, we can do it more. So this should not be let to be slipped in any form, in any way. It should be pressured and justice should be brought, so these people at least know that they're not gonna get away with it. That's gonna at least scare them.
I saw this X profile posting some just insane bullshit about the events of the week. They were saying, oh, racists won't post this and all this kind of stuff, and there was a thing in there about the train stabber, and he was saying, oh, well, it's the system that failed him, and all this kind of stuff, and
well, yeah, they should have locked him up after 14.
Right. And so I saw one of his posts where he started off, well, racists won't post this, and I said, to be fair, a racist did. All you need to do is go and look in the mirror, and you should be able to spot the racist that did it.
There you go. Yeah,
that's the thing, dude. Like, all you've done is reveal yourself to be, so bent on this concept that if somebody does something that's terrible, you're going to make excuses for them. But if they happen to be, and the great thing too is, I use problematic white guy obviously as my handle on X, so I'm sure it only further infuriated him. But it's like clearly I must be the racist, even though I'm pointing out.
I mean that's the point, isn't it? To take the, I mean, it's like the N word, isn't it? You reclaim the thing that they used supposedly to oppress, and you say, okay, that's why we have the grift force. That's why Hypno has the bigger verse, because that's what they're gonna call you. Okay, well, fine. Whatever you say.
I still call myself a cracker all the time.
Yep. I saw the Nick Fuentes thing, by the way. Adam Juman, I saw that. Someone reacted to Nick Fuentes got fired up for the first time in ages. He's been cucking himself all over the internet lately. He fucking found his balls again for this. All right. And whatever you think of Nick Fuentes, he's a bit like the Tommy Robinson of the US, like a lot of people are like, oh, I don't know, I want to keep him at arm's length. Not anymore. So there you go. Maybe these people just knew before a lot of others, or were willing to say things other people weren't willing to say at the time.
Indeed. Toasty's saying she sent you something.
I see that. I want to get to, before we do that, I want to address the supers and things that have come in while we've been talking, and wrap this up, tie a knot on this, and get to Red Dwarf, because we're almost at a fucking hour already. It's going to be a long one again, ladies and gentlemen, so hope everyone's all right with that.
Sundays are for.
Yeah, well, the kids are asleep, so I don't have to worry too much. At least I hope they are. This could all go terribly wrong if the wife walks in. But whatever, we'll get to it. So, Furious Dan gifted 1, and then another 1 Will of the Fans membership, and Stephen Bromby also gifted a Will of the Fans membership. Guys, we appreciate you greatly. Thank you very, very much indeed. Legend. As T-Jab Steve would say, more green for Princess of the Fans. Where is T-Jab Steve, by the way? I haven't seen him for a few days. I hope he's okay. That's another thing. I see you guys furiously slapping the shit out of the love button. Do furiously grind that love button.
Make sure you lick your thumb first,
That's it. Just make sure you don't hurt yourself. People, what you do in the privacy of your own viewing of this stream is up to you. But
make sure you do your stretches first.
Don't flick it too hard.
Never flick too hard. Just right. Build up to a climax. There we go. Griffiths Grim for $1.99 says, Mr. Chankuga can eat a nice sausage breakfast. I saw that shit on Piers Morgan with and I don't think many people did see it yet, but not in our circle anyway. Piers Morgan had 5 or 6 various pundits from both sides on to discuss what we're discussing, and he was on one side of him was Cenk Uygur, who has spent this week doing this is too far, guys. You need to stop talking about these people like they're racist Nazi bigots. It's gone too far. The people are dying now. And on the other side was Dave Rubin, who, again, is one of those guys that I really like his politics, and I don't like a lot about the guy, but I like his politics, right? And he fucking, to borrow a phrase, felt it, Cenk, decisively. Not only did he have on his phone a list of Cenk Uygur's headlines of his videos with exactly the kind of extreme rhetoric that he was denouncing now, like Charlie Kirk too. All of his top 10 headlines about video titles about Charlie Kirk, blah blah Nazi this, blah blah cope that, blah blah intolerant, racist, bigot, xenophobe, yada 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 yada. Then he pulled out audio clips of Cenk saying all of this stuff as well and played it to Cenk and everybody there, and it was fucking outrageous. And you could see this guy, you could watch his fat face just going, no, really, he didn't know where to turn. It was the funniest fucking shit.
You should call him a horse fucker for good measure as well. As we all know, Cenk has a thing for horses.
Does he?
Oh yeah.
Well, maybe.
He, in the early days of the Young Turks, he had this whole thing where he was talking about how bestiality really isn't that bad, because you're doing something. The horse is probably gonna and it's just it's a victimless crime. It's like, excuse me?
Yeah.
Dude wants to fuck horses? What?
The guy's a freak. him and his fucking nephew, the Hassan Piker, they're both
And if it
fucking
weren't
freaks.
for Cenk, Hassan wouldn't have
Hassan
had
would
his
be
first
nowhere.
time being platformed. But think about that. As bad as the Young Turks is, even they didn't want to continue on with Hassan.
No, even to them, Hassan is too radioactive, and yet he will never be banned from Twitch. And there's so
Apparently,
many
after
clips of
Twitch, yes.
Hassan being shared on Twitter right now where he literally says things like "slice open these motherfuckers" and expose their guts and stuff like that. And it's like, I see. So what you're suggesting here is some sort of jihad on the right. Well, someone needs to be in jail. I really like.
No,
you arrested Graham Linehan at an airport, but you can't get Hassan Piker. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's
Oh,
apparently
well.
under terms and conditions of Twitch. Nothing
Yeah,
wrong
it's
there.
not.
You can call on holy wars against people. Apparently, if you're big enough.
And dox people and various things on a live stream. You fucking
Well,
outrageous.
whether Twitch care or not, law enforcement should.
Now, I don't want anyone to execute or be violent or do anything like that to Hassan Piker, but I do want to see him behind bars, frankly. So there you go. Anyway, thank you for the 199. Appreciate you. And fuck Cenk Uygur as well. He keeps trying to play the middleman. Keeps trying to act like he's warming up to the right. Bullshit.
He's trying to be a fence sitter.
Utter bullshit. It's way too late for that, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Turn on the electric fence if he wants to sit on it.
That's right.
All right.
And Toasty, I do intend on trimming up the beard. I was actually going to do it yesterday.
Yeah, you know what? I've been trying to do that for a few days, but my water heat is busted. I need to use a different bathroom. It's really not fit for it. So, I'm trying to get that done, but my wife won't let me just switch the water heaters myself. She's like, now that we've got kids, I'm not allowed to do anything like that. So I have to call an electrician. I'm like, well, I can turn off the mains. We can go half an hour without power, No. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. There's bare wires. You might. I'm like, they'll be dead. They'll be off. Like, no. Call an electrician. I'm like, fine. Fuck it. All right. No man wants to call an electrician. Come on.
Nope.
Whatever. You got to do what your wife says, ain't you? Happy wife, happy life. Furious Dad is back for $5. Says, hey, Roadkill, bring the tacos. The chat are hungry. Yes, bring the tacos. Bring the chimichangas. Bring it all, baby.
Oh, that's been going on. That's been going on since Monday, by the way.
All the Mexican food. Oh, it's been going on longer than that. Like the lore of roadkill tacos goes back a couple months now at this point, I believe.
Oh yeah, you might be right.
It has been a while.
You can watch it, what you think is every hour of most of us streaming, and you can still miss out on lore. It's crazy. Anyway, there you go. That'll do for that. But before we finish, I wanted to call attention. Toasty did send me the tweet that she's put out, which is venting, but righteously. So let's have a look. She says everyone is now mad about cancel culture now. I'd say there is a big difference between getting fired for a joke you made 10 years ago and getting fired for celebrating an assassination like this and asking for more to happen. Unfortunately, it took the assassination of 31-year-old father of two bastards, Charlie Kirk, for us to do something about this. You don't leave trash indoors to rot and stink up your clean, beautiful home. Eventually, you have to take the trash out. Make sure they don't have jobs. Eventually, the streets will deal with their nonsense. Woof. I like it. I like it. The same people who are celebrating his death are the same people. Lolissa Kante, who's a former game urinalist who doxed her, in a lawsuit where it had nothing to do with her. That's true. And went to her social platforms to admit she had been mass reporting my YouTube channel and told her followers to do as well, where I got demonetized and lost income. She had her pals go through my LinkedIn profile to find my information too. Let me remind people I'm a mother of 2 autistic boys and have health issues as well. They just don't care.
Yep.
And neither must we.
Yes.
She says, I'm tired of trying to be the good guy and turning the other cheek. Yeah. How many cheeks do you have to turn before eventually you turn one round fast enough to headbutt the cunt?
Exactly.
We have been doing this. Whoops, too fast for my own filter there. But
even Jesus flipped over tables and whipped people out into the streets. So
there we go. We have been doing this for years, and now we're here. I warn people these psychos do not deserve sympathy nor empathy. Please save your time and comments if you're going to give me. But you're better than that. No more. There's
no
thread
more.
that follows on from that. This, oh God, no, I ain't going down that rabbit hole. James Opp here as well, calling it cancel culture is just a coping mechanism. You know who celebrates the assassination of peaceful men for speaking? Psychopaths, moral degenerates who glorify violence. Employers may not want people like that as part of their staff. Firing those who celebrate murder aligns with maintaining safe, ethical workplaces, not ideological purges. Guys, you are legends. Fucking
And there's a reason.
Absolutely amazing.
Right there.
Now, there was a little bit of Doctor Who news, but it turned out to just be an Instagram post about a live stream that turned out to be nothing at all. So fuck that. I'm not even going to bother dignifying it with my attention. Not at this point. We have a lot to do. So let's have some fun. Let's talk about some Red Dwarf. Is there anything else coming in? No, not right now. All right, guys, you are going to have some fun now because we are going to be talking about some funny shit. So sit back, relax, enjoy the rest of the Sunday as we roll over to Red Dwarf Series 4, Episode 2, titled DNA, and begin... Like, I kind of forget that the concept of DNA has not been like widespread public knowledge for really comparatively that long. It was still a new enough concept that in 1990, whatever it was, like 1 or whatever this, or 2 or 3, whenever this series came out, you still had to kind of explain what DNA even was in the exposition of the script. You're gonna see it get played with. Exploited mercilessly, in this episode. So I have the script open, although interestingly I couldn't find it at the usual source. I had to go to a different site. It's weird that one seemed to have been taken down or something. I don't know. But yeah, so this is episode 2 of series 4. By the way, we never got round to... Did we get round to ranking series 3?
No.
So we'll be doing that on Tuesday. As of course we do normally do a ranking on Tuesday, but the last week or so has been fucking nuts, so we'll get around to it. So we start off then. We have a spaceship moving through space. It's futuristic looking, but it sort of looks almost like it's made of bones at the same time, like it has kind of like spine, like it reminds you of kind of like a spinal shape. It looks like an organic thing, but it's also at the same time, made of metal, etc., etc., etc. Definitely,
like the album cover for Pretty Hate Machine.
Yeah, right. So
I immediately thought of Moya from Farscape, by the way, when I saw that.
Yeah, right. Okay. And so, it's the most sort of alien looking vessel that we've seen in Red Dwarf so far. So that's cool. Anyway, that's just to give us an idea of what's out there and what we're going to be dealing with in this episode. Cut to them, the scanning room, which I guess is the drive room or whatever, where for once they're actually doing some bloody work. I'm not sure what's going on or why, but for some reason they've written it into the script that they've become competent. The Red Dwarf crew. Like, have you noticed that this sort of seems to be happening a bit more and more and more? Like, they've really risen to the occasion now. They're clearly way more qualified than they were when they set out.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things. Survival. Yeah. Hard times make like.
Yeah, exactly.
Even Rimmer, by the way. Yeah. I think in the first episode he actually had a little bit of competency showing.
Well, he's the only person there who is, he's the highest ranking person there. Let's just put it that way. Even though he's a vending machine repairman, like Lister. We will get to that in episode 3. Yes, indeed. So anyway, whatever. So Rimmer's reading out instructions from one of the screens while Lister and Crichton are frantically trying to process everything that they're doing. It's, they're all tense, but it's not like, panicking. Anyway, there's all this background noise. I think they've already encountered the other ship, so they're trying to deal with how to engage with it. And Holly says, hang on, she's coming around. The cat walks in. He's, of course, carrying a hairdryer, which we'll get to in a second. So as we move through the episode, he's wondering what's going on. Lister says there's something out there, man, some kind of UFO, and we're going to clamp onto it. Goes back to the keyboard. They continue when suddenly everything shuts off, like literally. And Crichton shouts, "Visual down, radar down. What's happening?" And then Holly says, "Something's knocked out the entire desk." And then you hear, and it's the cat's hairdryer. He's unplugged the console. You know, very quickly it becomes, you know, he's like, what have I done? What's wrong? What's everyone mad at me? Lister says, "You just unplugged the console." He goes, "I'm blow drying my hair." You know, like, tracking a UFO, says Rimmer. "Oh, you're tracking a UFO, so I have to sit around looking like the Bride of Frankenstein?" You know, Lister tells him to use another socket. The cat is outraged and says, "This is beyond belief. A spaceship 5 miles long, and they don't fit enough plug sockets in the scanning room." Lister says, "There's plenty of plug sockets in the scanning room, cat. They're all taken up with your beauty aids. Now use a wall socket." And of course, we get the line. The cat says, "What? Unplug my hot wax drip unsightly hair remover?" Lister says, "Yes, unplug your hot wax drip unsightly hair remover." So the cat says, "I don't believe this. We finally get to encounter an alien species, and I have to meet them with a wavery bikini line." And so, you know, he unplugs it, they go back to work, and so on from there. Power back on, they continue. Apparently all their work was backed up, so I guess that's handy, isn't it? So they carry on.
It's the future technology, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Then there's like massive interference as the hairdryer comes back on, and everyone just stares at the cat again. He says, "All right, fine, I'll use gel." Everybody happy. It doesn't make any sense when you think about it. There really should be another plug socket somewhere on this 5 mile long spaceship.
I would imagine there is, but again, it's cat.
Everything is taken.
Doesn't give a fuck.
He's a fucking idiot, you know. Like,
it's the modern equivalent of the cat jumping up and pushing everything off the shelf, isn't it?
Yes,
it is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
he walks just fucking things up for every human.
Not a concern for anyone. And then when you get angry with him, just sort of goes, "Huh? What's wrong? What have I done?"
Yeah, just looks at you.
"What's your problem?" "What?
I dare you! I dare you! Yeah, I'll do it again."
Yeah. Yeah, they don't care. This is why they're somehow beautifully endearing to us. But if they were human and were like literally answering us back, we'd get a lot more impatient, I think. By the way, 407169, hello, nice, by the way, has joined as a member of the Grid Force. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. Alrighty. So that's how we continue, basically. Moving on from there. We get back to the scene and they just continue, you know. As we get closer to it, they are in the scanning room wondering what it is. Crichton, who is now Mr. Exposition, so we no longer need Holly to do it, which kind of sucks because Holly does get a raw deal in these later episodes. You don't kind of realize just how bad Hattie Hayridge had it. Like, she gets like 3 lines in an episode or something.
They're usually bangers, though.
Yeah, she's a punchline deliverer.
This is a drill.
Yeah, exactly. And then we get an interesting, very funny bit of dialogue where they've clamped onto the ship now, right? And Crichton says, "I have no idea what it is, sir. The craft does not appear to be of Earth construction." And Rimmer says, "Aliens." Now, at this point, you would think he'd be jumping for joy.
Yeah.
But clearly Rimmer has undergone some sort of growth into skepticism of the whole thing over the years. Because he says, "Aliens. They're probably going to return Glenn Miller." And Lister's like, "You are?" He goes, "That's what they do. All these people who inexplicably vanish, they return them. Oh, Smeg, that's all we need. Glenn Miller on board, boring us to death with Pennsylvania 65000. Crichton open communication channels." Now, to be fair, I'm sure in the 1940s, Pennsylvania 65000 was a very, very nice song. But as the son of a of a career jazz musician, it is a snooze fest. Okay, like I've got to tell you, it is one of the most boring fucking songs ever, without question. But there you go. Anyway, so they open communication channels, and you get this interesting shot of Rimmer's voice somehow echoing through space out of a speaker. He goes, "We don't want him. Go away. You took him. You can keep the smegger." It's really quite great, isn't it? You know, it's so out of nowhere. You just really don't know what the shit, you know, you might see or hear in an episode of Red Dwarf.
Yeah, exactly.
Things, like of all the people as well, Glenn Miller, like it's 250 years before their time at least, you know. So whatever.
Plus
But
the
anyway,
3 million.
yeah, now it's plus 3 million, but like even you have to assume that all the references that they make are going to be from 23rd century Earth.
Yes, exactly.
Contemporary time, you know. So it's like the 23rd century has moved into the 3 million and 23rd century. But there you go. Anyway, so we cut to, I think by this point they are walking down this interior of the spaceship, and it is oddly organic, and there are sort of samples of dead creatures everywhere. Crichton gets all excited. He says the hull's molecular structure conforms to no known element. Whoever or whatever made this thing had access to a technology far in advance of our own. Lister says, let's split up. Rimmer says, why? Why should we split up? He's like, well, we'll do the search quicker. He says, what's the hurry? Have you got some major luncheon appointment you've got to rush? It turns out that the only reason is he doesn't want to get teamed up with the cat.
Right.
And the cat is like really offended by this, despite the fact that he doesn't even really ever refer to him as Rimmer. He calls him Goalpost Head, Alphabet Head. Yeah, you know, no one hates Rimmer more than the cat at this point. I think, like, the cat just really doesn't like Rimmer. Like, Lister likes Rimmer more than the cat does, you know.
Pretty much.
Anyway,
Yeah.
The cat says, what's wrong with me? He says, you're totally egocentric. You flee at the first sight of trouble. You're only looking out for number one. You're vain. You're selfish, and you're narcissistic and self-obsessed. He says, you just listed all my best features.
Right. But I also think that too, you know, in any tandem, Rimmer wants to be that guy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's who he is.
True. Yeah. So he must loathe the cat as well. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't seem to ever have any moment of bonding with the cat. Can you think of one, Rhoda?
No.
There's not a single moment I can think of where the cat and Rimmer bond organically.
There's one in series 6 in I think it's series 6 when they find no ignore me, that
Are you
was
talking
Crichton.
about okay, because the closest I can think of is a scene in series 5 when they're on the planet the Simoon that changes to your psyche, and it turns into Rimmer's psyche, and like Rimmer's self-esteem is contingent on them getting off this planet, so they have to like big up Rimmer. And like even the cat doesn't want to do it, but even he has to participate. And other than that, I can't think of another fucking moment. So there you go. Anyway, as we proceed, then Rimmer and Crichton are going along. You get a funny little line where Rimmer tells Crichton to take point. He says, "I've seen those movies. It's always the guy in the lead who buys it first. You take the front." Crichton says, well, actually, no, more likely it's the guy in the back who gets picked off first, so the others don't realize they're under attack. And he says, yes, you're right. Can you somehow take the front and the back so I can be in the middle? So as they proceed, like Crichton has to walk around Rimmer in a circle as they move down this corridor. And it just, I can't like show it, but it gets, well, maybe I can show it. Yeah. Like,
because they both
kind of like this, basically
spin around each other
the whole way down there.
Yeah,
once again,
amazing.
just displaying how idiotic the entire show is, you know.
Well, it's that
and it's brilliant.
combination of like
You know what I mean?
properly written wit.
Oh,
God, say
I
that
can't
10
hear you
times fast.
anymore.
Oh,
Fuck.
Oh no.
God damn it. I'll be right back.
Will
oh,
has
okay.
Will is having tech issues, everyone. So
Yeah, it's that
get us
combination of like properly written wit that is really hard to say, and and also like physical comedy as well, like almost Laurel and Hardy kind of shit. And now I'm distracted
One
by
of
the cat.
these days, I will get I will get revenge on StreamYard. All right.
You hear
So-
us now?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Awesome.
So yeah, so this is completely silly. Of course, they continue down the corridor like that. Meanwhile, Lister and the cat are heading down the corridor, and of course, the cat is just basically permanently checking himself out in his own mirror as they approach this machine. And we arrive at this bizarre room with this sort of organic podium with light panels on it. And for some reason, the cat just decides to run up and start pushing buttons like a cat.
As a cat would do.
Yeah, just be glad it wasn't a whole bunch of plus symbols, you know.
Yeah, like we had in our chat.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was.
Maybe.
To be fair,
Maybe he was drawn.
Plus
by
my
it, but-
chromosomes. Plus my chromosomes. Plus my chromosomes.
this is actually kind of interesting because the cat hasn't had a lot to do in the whole show.
Right.
Like he's very
He's
rarely
actually pretty.
Yeah, you know what I mean? He's just there. He's just sort of doing the odd joke here and there, but he doesn't set up or contribute to the general plot of the episode very much. Do you know what I mean? Like he doesn't incite incidents.
Yeah.
Normally.
Do you know what I was thinking? I think it was in series 3 when I was watching the episode. At a certain point, I was thinking, is the cat like a personification of God, like just playing around and being an idiot?
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I mean, no, I don't know if it's. I don't know if I'm like. This was just me thinking. I don't know any information about the cat or if he's just a cat, but like the way he acts, and I was reminded of this other show, Supernatural, when they had a personification of God just being written into the story. He was just an idiot, an absolute idiot. I was like, all right,
Yeah, Supernatural. My friend used to watch that.
yeah, we like. I was like, okay, the cat is self-centered, self-loving, thinks he's all the best, has the very highest opinion. Everyone's below him, and I was like, is this
It's a cat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cat.
I mean, it would
but-
be interesting if it weren't for the fact that Lister is also his god.
Right.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
But yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Anyway, I think he's just written really well, and if you're not looking, you'll see just a bumbling idiot, a vain narcissistic idiot. But then, like we just established, what's the fuck a cat gonna do in this situation? Go straight up to the shiniest, brightest thing and investigate it.
Yeah.
Without an understanding of what it is and cause potential chaos, because it's a cat. You know?
Yeah,
So,
they definitely nailed cat.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that is a humanoid personification of a cat. It's
Absolutely,
down.
yeah.
It's just down.
So you don't very often get this anymore as well. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but since series 1 and 2 ended, you don't get a lot of the cat being a cat. He's just the dumb one.
I noticed that in series 3 when he was a little bit more calm with his performance, when the actor was calmer. He was actually from the first episode, he was like very like I think they were watching the Flintstones. And he was much more calmer when they were debating Wilma or Betty.
Yeah.
That Wilma will never leave Fred. They were watching the Flintstones with Lister.
Yeah.
To be fair, though,
he was much more calm in his expressions, you know.
To be fair, though, cats are generally fairly low key, except when they aren't, and that's usually when they are fucking about and just doing the most annoying shit. So
True. I was just pointing out changing his character because in the first 2 series he was like very over the top. He was like always shouting, always jumping around everywhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He was. Sorry, I was distracted there because I noticed that Toasty was green earlier and then not now, which is weird. Must have expired like right now in the chat.
That's right.
Anyway,
Someone,
whatever.
Please help Toasty get
It's a weird one. Anyway, yeah, guys, go on, help us out with the bars. Anyway, we got to move on, but it is food for thought that like how much they kind of nerfed the cat's feline qualities and made him just kind of the dumb one of the group for a while, but then and they really lean on the vanity aspect of it, and that of course is mostly the way. But I like to we're trying to deep dive a little bit into Red Dwarf here, so it is interesting to see him actually behave like a cat. So once again, there we go. Anyway, he goes, "Hey, I found something," starts pressing all these buttons, and Lister warns him, "We don't know what it is." He goes, "I'm just taking a look," and of course immediately this purple beam of light surrounds Lister, and
containment field.
Yeah, it's a containment field, and Lister does a half decent mime act here. He says, "Oh, brilliant, man! Now I'm trapped. Get me out of this thing." He goes, "Be cool, stay slinky," which I like too, because again, that's that feline quality.
Yeah.
Says, "I'm on the case here. I remember the sequence. It was red, blue, yellow." Even though he pressed about 8 million buttons, says, "No, blue, yellow, red," and then noises start coming out of the screen. I don't know what they are. They're just some weird language.
Lister starts telling him to stop and then you know, to go and get.
What the smeg is this? Don't we get like a voiceover from the computer?
Eventually, because first he's telling him you need to go get Crichton. He's like, "What do I need to get Crichton for?" You know, and
I know what I'm doing. That's right.
Yeah. And
meanwhile, Crichton and Rimmer are in a corridor still investigating a 3-headed skeleton that's otherwise human. And Rimmer, he goes, "Curious. The skeletal form appears to be basically humanoid in structure." Rimmer's like, "He's got 3 heads." And then Crichton says, "Wait, here's some kind of wallet. The artifacts are human. A pilot's license, an ID, even a video club card."
Lovely.
Now that's a fucking dated reference.
Also, favorite Rimmer quote incoming.
Yeah. Rimmer says, "Are you telling me this guy belonged to a video club and he needed a card so they'd recognize him?" He goes, "He's got 6 eyes and 3 noses. If it were me, I'd remember him. Aren't you the bloke who came in last week, sneezed, and caused a monsoon?" Fucking outrageous dialogue. Typical Red Dwarf dialogue. That's some Doug Naylor joking there. Crichton says, "I think we can assume he started out as human and something happened here, something that mutated him." As of course the computer starts talking in the console room, wherever the fuck Lister and the cat are, says in a very, very deep voice that I can't match because, well, I just don't have that range. Yeah, it says language trace completed, dialect English colloquial construction 23rd century. Lister says, "Do nothing, press nothing, get Crichton." The cat's like, "Wait, I think I got it." He goes, "Transmogrification sequence initiated." Oops, maybe not. He goes, "Transmographer what?" There's gene sample accepted and cloned. Please key in new genetic structure. He goes, "Do nothing, press nothing, get Crichton." He goes, "Hey, you think I can't handle this on my own? I have to rush off and get novelty condom head every time to bail you out." I think that's the first time we've heard anyone call Crichton that. That comes up a few times, I think, in the show. Novelty condom head. I don't know what kind of condoms people were using in the early 90s. I've never seen a condom that looks like that. But hey, that's just me. Anyway, Lister's still screaming, "Get Crichton." He goes, "Relax, will you? I know what I'm doing." He goes, "New genetic structure accepted. Metamorphosis in 10 seconds and counting." The computer starts to mark off the countdown, beeping. Cat turns to face Lister and oh wait, we're still at a little bit before that. There you go. No, that's still him complaining. There it is. You can't really see it for the watermark. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but his face is basically, sorry, buddy, without saying anything. Suddenly, well, we see what happens anyway. Lister disappears and is replaced with a chicken. So there we go. Lister is now a chicken. Welcome to definitely not series 1 and 2 of Red Dwarf.
Yeah, as long as Jay Viper's not around, he should be safe. But you know,
safe.
Jay shows up. Yeah, Jay eats chicken like almost every day.
So do I.
Yeah.
I fucking eat chicken like almost every meal.
Yeah.
It's like there's only 2 choices really in the Philippines: chicken or pork. And I get sick of pork, so I eat chicken like almost every meal. So yeah, I'm just as bad. Anyway, whatever. Lister clucks, you know, and Crichton and Rimmer arrive and say, "Are you okay? We received a massive power surge. Where's Lister?" Cat nods, and Rimmer goes, "That's Lister." And you know, yeah, there's going to be a certain amount of glee in this. Rimmer's like, "What is it?" He says, Crichton says, "Best guess, some kind of DNA modifier designed to alter organic life at its molecular level. This would explain our triple-headed friend back there. So what does it do? Every single cell of your body contains DNA, instructions on how to grow, what your nose looks like, your eye color, etc., etc." Exposition dump from Crichton. Thank you. Used to be Holly, not anymore. So Rimmer points out this machine can turn any living thing. Oh, apparently Ricky Hatton has died, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
That sucks. That sucks. Even the Filipinos know who Ricky Hatton is. They love their face. Dear, oh dear. Rest in peace, mate. Oh, dear. Anyway, I have to continue. Sorry. But it is what it is. So anyway, the machine can turn anything into anything else, basically, as long as it's organic. And it's turned Lister into a chicken. So, of course, he then kneels down to talk to Lister. And sort of goes, "Hello, Listy." Cat says, "Question is, can we turn him back?" Rimmer says, "Question is, do we want to?" He goes, "Wow, look, it really is him. Look, it's incredible. It's even got his little beer gut." The chicken. Crichton manages to figure out sort of how it works and works out some sort of hexadecimal layout, so it should be able to recall the previous pattern. Punches a few keys, the chicken vanishes, Lister reappears. So there we go. And oh no, wait, no, he turns into a hamster. I'm sorry, he doesn't reappear. He turns into a fucking hamster. Crichton says, "That's not it, is it? Let's start from the top. What happened here exactly?" Cat says, "I was pressing the pads. I definitely pressed the yellow one first, and then this thing came down, and of course, on cue, the thing covers Crichton this time." So the cat reenacts everything he did. And he goes, "And then this voice said," and the voice chimes in, "Transmogrification sequence engaged."
Yeah.
He goes, "Right." So I press some more buttons, and then it says, please key in new genetic structure." He goes, "That's it, exactly." Rimmer, of course, is trying to get the cat to stop. And Crichton points out that he's actually synthetic, so he's immune to it until he suddenly realizes that actually his brain is part organic, and therefore entirely possible for the machine to transmogrify his physical condition. Crichton says, "Engage panic circuits. Panic circuits engaged."
I'm glad we've got to this bit. I've been really tripping over myself not to spill Crichton's brain as part organic the last couple of series.
Yeah.
I can chill now.
It does matter, yeah. It does matter because, of course, it is able. Somehow they managed. Yeah, it's not really explained, is it? He frantically presses some buttons, and then suddenly Lister comes back. There's not really an explanation.
I think it happens while they were changing Crichton, and it's like replacement.
Problem is, Crichton is still in the beam. Right. We get a couple of funny lines. Lister, they ask him what it was like to be a chicken. He says, what it was like to be a hamster. He says it was better than being a chicken. I mean, you've seen the size of an egg, and you've seen the size of a chicken's bum. He goes, well, that's what all the clucking's about. I was trying to say, for God's sake, get me an epidural. So Rimmer says, let's get Crichton back. Press what you pressed for Lister. So the cat presses the buttons. But of course, paying attention, they turned Lister into a human again. So if you press the same thing for Crichton, you're going to get Crichton turning into a human, which he does. So he says, my heavens, I'm human. And the cat looks at him and says, yeah, but you lost your looks. Nice dig at the actual actor and what he really looks like, you know, because of course this is Robert Llewellyn, same guy, which I kind of, you know, when you first watch it and you're a kid, you're like, oh wow, who's this guy? Wow, he does a great impression of Crichton. And then you sort of go, wait a minute, no, obviously this is the guy who wears the suit. Anyway, so I think they only wrote this to give him a break from the fucking suit, you know. But anyway, there we go. So we cut to, they're wheeling him back onto Red Dwarf. He goes, I'm human. My greatest dream has come true. For the first time in my life, I can experience real feelings. I'm experiencing one now. I'm in happiness mode. I've never experienced anything like it before, except for the time when I accidentally welded my groinal socket to a front-loaded washing machine. I'm alive. So there we go. Now we cut to, this is really quite funny. Like this is Robert Llewellyn being a really fucking funny physical comedian, because you just look at the way he's like fucking around with his face and sticks his hands in his mouth and like, you know, very just little things like that. You know, he's investigating every inch of his fucking new face and stuff, how it moves, and because the Crichton face doesn't move at all, of course. Right. So
kind of reminds me of Data when he had his one of his emotional chips in Star Trek when it was installed. He was like feeling everything, not in the movies, in the TV series, and he was doing something like that as well. And it was very, very close to that. But I need to find the episode to see if it's that close.
Yeah, that actually is. I think I saw that a long time ago. I couldn't possibly like remember.
It's from the first seasons of Star Trek when they were still kind of experimenting with a lot of the concepts.
Yeah, of TNG, of course.
That's
TNG,
right.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't remember that one. I feel like I definitely watched the entire first season.
I can't put my mind on the exact episode and what was happening, but I know. Yeah, I seen it in the first or second season, one of those, but it was like before, like it was 1988, I think 1989. Right. Yeah,
I definitely need to go back and actually watch and maybe.
Oh yeah,
it's something I've sort of put on the list of things that maybe the audience would be interested in seeing, because it would be me virtually blindly going back into Star Trek. So that would be kind of cool, I guess. Anyway,
well, there's one more like interesting point to bring up about that. It's that if you remember from Red Dwarf Night, Patrick Stewart says that he was idly watching because there was nothing else on, and then he was going to call his lawyer because he thought it was a rip-off, and then something happened that made him laugh, and he became a fan instantly.
Yeah, and he never tells you what episode it was.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of assuming it was this one because of the similarity with Data wanting to become human.
Yeah, could be. Could well be. Actually, yeah. It would be a good one.
I mean, it's conjecture, but it would make sense.
Yeah. So anyway, Lister asks Holly, how's he doing? And she says physically he's fine. He's got the body of a perfectly normal 30-year-old human male, and then gives like this awkward smile and looks away and goes, apparently. As if, like, I guess when a computer changes its sex, it changes its sexuality too. So there you go. Anyway, apparently it'll take a little time to adjust. Everything's a little bit new. So he asks, how you coping, man? Any problems? And Crichton's like, well, just one or two. This is one of the best scenes of the whole fucking show, actually. He goes, in fact, I've compiled a little list, if you'll indulge me. He's got breakfast, actually. Before that, he calls eggs, boiled chicken ovulations, delicious. The list of things that Crichton doesn't understand about his body. He doesn't understand why his optical system doesn't have a zoom function. Lister's like, no, human eyes don't have a zoom. He goes, well, how do you bring a small object into sharp focus? He goes, well, you just move your head closer to the object. And he goes, move your head closer to the object. So literally, I'm trying to find the shot because it is very funny. And so he tests out the human zoom. He goes, well, fair enough. He goes, okay, what about the other optical effects like split screen, slow motion, or Quantel?
He was going full video editing mode before everyone else.
I know, right? I mean, that's Robert Llewellyn anyway. He's a massive geek. You know, he does all those robot shows and stuff now, like technology shows. He goes, no, we don't have them. He goes, just the zoom, huh? Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. And he goes, now, my nipples don't work.
In what way don't they work?
Yeah, he goes, what do you mean they don't? What way don't work? He goes, well, when I was a mechanoid, the right nipple nut was used to regulate body temperature, while the left nipple nut was used mainly to pick up shortwave radio transmissions. Now, what I'm saying is, no matter how hard I twiddle it, I just can't seem to pick up Jazz FM.
Jazz FM! Come on!
Jazz FM.
Amazing.
He goes, no, human nipples don't do that, Krite. He's like, oh, okay, all right. Well, what about recharging? He goes, now, I presume that when a human wants to recharge, they do it much the same way mechanoids do. He goes, indeed, I've located what I presume to be the recharging socket around here.
Socket.
Yeah, he goes, but for some strange reason, it doesn't appear to have the standard 3-pin adaptation. He reaches under the covers, holds up a 3-pin cable. He goes, now, do I have to use some kind of special adapter? Because no matter what I do, the lead just keeps falling out.
That whole thing reminds me of a joke.
Lister looks at his ass for a second and looks back at him. Anyway, Lister says, Crichton, we eat and we sleep. That's how we recharge. Says, yes, I wanted to talk to you about something about, I know this is something that we humans get sort of embarrassed about, or sort of a taboo subject, not the sort of thing we like to sit around and chat about in polite conversation. And Lister then describes himself as an enlightened 23rd century guy, spit it out man. He goes, well, I want to talk to you about my penis. And Lister, the enlightened 23rd century man, reacts like a 20th century school kid. Just smiles. Yeah. Can't help himself. It's silly. It's embarrassing. And no, it doesn't matter, does it? What era you're from, if a man says that to you, you're going to sort of like, okay. So there we go. Crichton goes, I knew it. You've got straight into smirk mode. He goes, aren't we both two human adults? Can't we discuss our reproductive system without adolescent sniggering? He goes, yeah, of course we can. So he gives Lister a Polaroid picture. And Lister looks at it.
The line of the show.
Blink. Yeah. He goes, well, what? He goes, well, what do you think? He goes, I'm not quite with you here, Crichton. What am I supposed to say? He goes, I want to know. Is that normal? He goes, what, taking photos of it and showing it to your mates? No, it's not.
The great thing about it, too, is it's actually 2 Polaroids.
Yeah.
So, well, we'll get to that in a second, yeah.
That's like, this is the line of the episode.
Yeah.
This is one of the best lines in the whole fucking show coming up, actually. He goes, I mean, there's a series of great lines, actually. So he goes, well, is it supposed to look like that? He goes, well, yeah. He goes, it's hideous. Because that's the best design they could come up with. Are you seriously telling me there were choices? And someone said, there, that's it. That's the shape we're looking for. The last chicken in the shop look. He goes, Shakespeare had one. Einstein, Perry Como sang memories are made of this with one of these stashed in his slacks. As well, yeah. Because no wonder humans don't have a zoom mode. He goes, ugh. He goes, okay, well then now take a look at this. And he hands Lister another Polaroid. Lister starts looking at it. And Crichton then says, and this. And then Lister looks at them and then realizes he's supposed to put one on top of the other and is relatively shocked. I'm sure you can figure out what the picture is. And Crichton's literal, as Lister just sits there like stunned at what he's been presented. Crichton says, now, how do you suppose that happened? Why do you suppose that happened? He goes, well, what were you thinking about at the time? He goes, well, nothing in particular, sir. I was just idly flicking through an electrical appliance catalog. I came across the section on super deluxe vacuum cleaners, and suddenly my underpants elastic was catapulted across the medical bay. So you get a little bit of a calm here as Lister addresses him properly and points out, yes, dick pics before they were cool. That's right, Sardo. So Lister says, you see, man, you're not really one thing or the other. You shouldn't be getting erotic thoughts about electrical appliances. And Crichton says, well, it was a triple bag easy glide vac with turbo suction and a self-emptying dust bag. And then sort of goes like this. Like that, in fact.
Wonderful.
Let's see it. Where is it? You can see Robot Crichton on his face all over it, which is really interesting because it looks nothing like him, but it's so clearly him. Right. You know. Lister says, Crichton, I don't care what model the vacuum was. No vacuum cleaner should give a human being a double Polaroid. He says, do yourself a favor, man. Change back. He goes, back? Become one of those poor, sappy, sad sack mechanoids again? This is my dream. He says, I've got a joke for you. How many mechanoids does it take to change a light bulb? And Lister's like, oh, I don't know. He goes, 12. And you know why? He goes, why? He goes, because they're so stupid. And then starts this weird laugh where he has no control over his face. So he just sort of goes, and then as we sort of dissolve to Red Dwarf, you just hear this laugh echoing hauntingly across the ship as he laughs at this completely useless joke that didn't actually have a real punchline or anything like it. It was as bad as some of the shit that gets sent to Hypno. By the way, send your crappy jokes over here right now. We will read them out. We will graciously accept your dad humor. It's all good.
Indeed. And
anyway,
as it was not mentioned, well enough earlier when we were saying to like the stream.
That's true. I completely forgot.
Share the stream. Go find Rhoda's post on X and repost it yourself.
And share that. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's right. Like the stream, share the stream, fill the bar, support the stream. Thank you very much. All righty then. So we are now, we're doing quite well, getting through it fast enough. Rimmer's got this half-brained idea to use a piece of his dandruff that took him a long time to find, apparently. They must have had to go back to the old decks and everything to find it, but they found one of Rimmer's old cells. Somehow still around 3 million years later, and it turns out to be a piece of his dandruff. And they're going to use it, and the cat is of course looking at it through the microscope, and he says, because Rimmer's a hologram and can't touch things, Cat says, you really think you can clone yourself from your own dandruff? He goes, why not? Dandruff has DNA in it. That machine has a clone facility. He goes, but a man made from dandruff, it's never going to work. The first time you take a shower with medicated shampoo, you'll disappear. And to be fair, this is again one of the few scenes where you get Rimmer and the cat.
Right.
But there you go. Anyway.
Oh no.
He goes, I won't be made of dandruff. My body will be recreated from the genetic pattern, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, Lister walks in. They ask how Crichton is. He says confused. If he ever asks to show you his photo collection, decline politely. Lister pulls his... Yeah.
If it was Rimmer, he would say yes, because he would just have them suffer.
Oh, for sure, yeah. These are interesting photos, though. You should definitely take a look, Listy, or something like that. Yeah.
By the way, speaking of interesting photos, Toasty has made good on brother Brian.
What are you about to tell us?
She made the image. She did. She made Black Ryan.
Oh man,
she just sent it to me. I can.
Brian brother Athe.
Brian. Oh my fucking god.
My word. My word.
Shouldn't it be Athe? What did you do? Oh, you put it in the in our group chat or something.
She sent it to me directly. I'll forward it to you.
I'm just I'm just looking at it.
It's on X.
Oh, she all right. Yeah. She probably just posted it everywhere then.
Oh no.
Oh God, what we got? Here?
that is amazing.
Let me see.
It is wonderful. Like,
I'm not seeing it. Why am I not seeing
you
it?
are tagged.
I'll put it in the.
Am I? Okay. If I'm tagged, then I'll find it out. All right. Okay. Oh my God.
This is absolutely beautiful. This is beautiful.
Oh no. I better put it on screen, hadn't I?
I mean, there's no reason to keep this from the audience. It's just,
hold on, chat. We'll share this. For those who don't know, these are the kinds of crazy ideas that come up when we are playing Jackbox games, which is, of course, what we do when you guys fill the bars. And someone drew Black Ryan and called him Brian Brother Ate. And here he is.
Yep. Pretty on point.
Oh no!
I mean, no.
Brian,
wait, I want.
And you know what's gonna? You know the thing of it is though. So I wonder if what's gonna piss him off more, being a black man or the fact that it's an I instead of a Y.
Oh yeah. Although I have definitely seen Ryan spelt with an I in Wales before, but that would be Ryan Johnson, which we definitely don't want. Very good work. Very nice.
Extremely crafty.
Yeah. To be fair, I feel like this guy would be more popular.
Probably.
You know what I mean? He's got a really friendly face.
He does.
Especially with that grill pointed fork he has.
He's got one. He's got the spear. Ryan, the spear chucker. There we go. All right.
I'm already doing something to that picture.
T-Jab Steve is here. Hello, sir.
Hey,
How have you
what's up?
been? We were wondering where you've been. I haven't seen you for a few days. Says, share the stream. A phrase okay to say during WTF, not okay to say in the loo. Is that Atreus' father? Somebody tell Atreus he got the milk. Boom. Hey, good guys, thank you for being here. We appreciate you very much. Please do help us to fill the bars. If somehow by some freak in the next hour or so we're able to fill both of these up, we will extend the stream and play some Jackbox. Well, as many of us who are able to stay, that is. So, but for now, let's crack on and finish this episode and get because we have a lot to do, and it takes a long time when you start going through the entire script, as we have. So Lister pulls out his frozen curry from the freezer, removes the foil. Rimmer starts speculating about how great it is to be human and how lucky Crichton probably feels like he is. He's reached the pinnacle of the evolutionary mountain. He's a human. And of course, we get Lister saying, what's so big about being human? Because Lister's like that. Rimmer immediately counters exactly as you would expect he would and says, Listy, don't knock it until you've tried it. Rosie 6486 for $9.99 says, whoa, buddy, you're halfway there. Oh, it's a Bon Jovi reference. Right. Whoa!
At
Thank you.
At this point, he should be at least three quarters there.
Whoa, we're halfway there. Oh my god.
Drop it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nerdrotic curses us all for sure. Anyway, to be fair, I was never much of a Bon Jovi fan. They're okay. They're pretty good. I've become more of a fan as I've got older. But there you go. Yeah, we're all jinxed now. Thank you. Also, by the way, really difficult to do falsetto quietly. Don't try it. I can feel my voice like straining to get up there. It was really not easy. Much easier when you've got a microphone and a set of speakers and you can belt it, you know?
Yeah. Although I'm more of a fan of Young Guns.
Well, I don't know. Who's Young Guns?
That's also a song. Like when the movie came out back in the 80s, he did a song called Young Guns, and it was in the movie when the credits rolled.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I like, I don't mind It's My Life. That's a pretty good song.
Yeah, I liked Captain Crash and the Beauty Queen from Mars. I think it's quite an obscure one, but for some reason I ended up hearing it, and I thought it was pretty good. I don't like many.
Faith is okay. Keep the Faith is okay. It's got a bit of a beat to it, you know, which I quite like. But anyway, Rosie6486, you're a fucking legend, and we are indeed halfway there. So, you know.
Money, print money, cash, money,
wealth,
capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of money, print money, cash,
money, wealth,
capitalism, raise a bunch of money, super chat money.
As salty as the sea, calling us no-code names. SJW screaming, but it's money they blame. Burning with envy, they're falling flat. They can't handle the sound of a super chat.
Rosie says you can't gift memberships on mobile. Is that true? I've never tried.
No, you totally can.
The ones on mobile, actually.
If you're having problems with, are you using a browser? Or are you using an app? Because I would say try using Brave browser. You should be able to do all the stuff, and then that way you also don't cut.
Yeah,
Apple
of course you have to
or
log in
Google.
again on the browser and stuff like that. Yeah. That's weird.
That's weird.
So I usually find it easier to
Steve
just do
says
stuff.
the auto.99 is pain in the ass when keeping counts. Yeah, well, lucky for you, I don't ask anyone of my mods to do that. I end up doing it myself. Plus, we don't make anywhere near enough to necessitate me farming it out to someone else, you know. And the bar is convenient. I can just keep an eye on that and figure it out myself. But there we go. But at least they insist on nice even numbers. That makes me happy, Panda. TJAP Steve, you're most welcome here, brother. All right, guys, back to the script. So, Listy, don't knock it till you've tried it. By the way, increase in the amount of times he calls him Listy now, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I find that funny. Like they've definitely bonded now to the point of being begrudging friends. You know?
Oh, that much time stranded.
Misty and Rimsey.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, the ultimate payoff for that is in Series 7. Rhoda, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna fucking shit the bed when you see that episode. Just literally, oh Listy, oh Rimsey. Okay, that's enough. Anyway,
I'm scared.
You should be.
Yeah.
You should be very
Oh no, fuck.
I'm
the worst
scared.
part is
I know what it
the
is.
worst part is they let the take roll for about 10 seconds before they said cut, and then only used like 2 frames of it. So anyway, pretty funny. The extended version is on the DVD extras, but there you go. Anyway, we have a few seasons to get through before that. I'm losing my voice. It's driving me nuts. It's the tail end of the cold thing where like you just got muck in your throat and it drives you nuts.
To a mid-review shot as soon as we finish this episode.
You know what? That might be all right. I might be able to get away with that. All right then. So Lister says he doesn't trust the machine. He says, I don't know. I know it's old fashioned, but I'm from the school that believes if God intended us to fly, he wouldn't have invented Spanish air traffic control. He says, yeah, you might be able to use the machine to cure diseases and stuff, but you shouldn't use it to change you into what you're not. He says, you are what you are. Wasn't it Descartes who said, I am what I am? And
I almost feel as though we need to clip this for reasons.
Yeah, I think you're maybe right, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You are what you are. You can't change it. That's right.
Yeah.
That's all right, you tranoids. Anyway, the joke, of course, is that it was, in fact, the philosopher René Descartes who did say that. But it also happens to be the song lyrics of the Popeye the Sailor theme tune. His song, I am what I am, and that's all what I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man, you know. So they have a little argument about it. He says, wasn't it Descartes who said I am what I am? And Rimmer says, no, it was Popeye the Sailor Man. He says, well, whoever it was, he was a hell of a philosopher. That always cracked me up because I was a huge Popeye fan when I was like 2 years old. Like,
what's actually really lovely about that is that it kind of suggests that it doesn't matter who comes up with knowledge, who comes up with facts or anything. Like, if you say something profound enough, it will be remembered, even if your name's not attached to it.
That's true. That's true.
Well, the thing
That's
I also
a good point.
appreciate about it is Rimmer's reference is the pop culture reference, even though he's supposed to be, you know, Mr. I have all these books, I have all this, you know, historical and shit that I care about, but no, he's never read those books. That's why it's perfectly fine to throw him in the fire.
No, he's just Mr. Safe, page 61. We know that.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, page 61 of fucking Lolita as well. But there you go.
Fucking Lolita, is that the director's cut?
Yeah, no doubt that's the director's cut. Yeah, or the Pornhub version. Christ, please, God, no. TJAP Steve for another $5. You freaking legend says you are what you are. Nobody tell Ryan he might try and undo his melanin transplant surgery and get real confused about the once you go black. We were just looking at Brian Brother Ate. Fucking good one.
Drop it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just because it's you, and all right. So we're getting on. We're getting on. So yeah, Popeye the Sailor Man was an incredible philosopher, as it turns out. And he says, I think what he was trying to say is you got to stay true to what you are, and you know, also not kill people who point that out to you. That would be nice. Talkie Toasters here for €5 says, ever met my cousin in New Vegas? He's more of a rimmer though. Maybe one of is better off with Mr. Coffee, the neighbor of Mr. Radar. But real toast is best. Oh, damn, there's too many references in that. Too many references in like one fucking. So you got Red Dwarf reference, you got a Fallout reference, you got a Spaceballs reference. Fucking hell. You know what? I'm kind of hungry. I wouldn't mind a muffin right now. That'd be pretty good. Sorry. I'm sorry. No, really, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean it. Toast.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Super cut that together with some footage of the Talkie Toaster and like the Red Dwarf crew running away or something. But there we go anyway. So we crack on. They leave and oh, that's it, right? Rimmer says typical knee-jerk techno-fear reaction. That machine is the greatest single technological advancement mankind has ever made, greater than fire, greater than the wheel. Cat says, what about the dude with 3 heads? What happened to him? Rimmer says, well, he abused it. Lister points out, right, someone always does. Rimmer says, are you seriously suggesting you're not going to use it? There's nothing about your bodies you'd like to improve. And the cat says, me? Are you serious? Most people leave their bodies to medical science. I'm leaving mine to the Louvre, babe. Which is interesting because it implies that the cat has heard of the Louvre.
You know, I mean,
he was born on a spaceship 3 million years after the Louvre existed.
Well, maybe perhaps as we've seen, they've watched the Flintstones. Perhaps
Some movies.
they've seen.
True,
some
true,
stuff.
true. He's probably been immersed in some old pop culture, which is interesting because Lister's tastes are also 200 years behind himself as well. So there's that. In fact, more than that, 250 years behind himself. T-Jap Steve, why are you running? Howdy doodly do. No, Toast.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Sake. All right. Now I'm gonna have to make that, aren't I? God damn it. Can you imagine like creepy horror music, like sort of ever increasing strings, like that kind of creepy string slide that they do, and then it's just howdy doodly do just echoing through a corridor as like the crew run for their lives.
Yeah, that you just described that cousin Fred episode from Courage the Cowardly Dog show.
Oh mate, I haven't seen that for a fucking long time.
One of the creepiest episodes. Hello,
up in the fucking house. My God, is that the bar? That's the bar, right?
It is.
That's the
It
Super
is.
Chat
Yeah.
bar.
Sweet.
Oh
Yeah,
my
baby.
God, you fucking legend with literally nothing to say, just off the top rope, down from the rafters with the baseball bat of doom, and of course several lighting tubes and thumbtacks and fire and all that lovely stuff as well. But ultimately uses none of it, just turns left and slaps someone 10 meters away with the
Instead, it's time for boobies.
Yeah, it does indeed appear to be time for boobies. So thank you very much indeed. You guys are fucking amazing. I love you all. Have some tits.
Come here, baby. Let me show something good. Something good. Something good. Something
I know we've been talking about chicken today, but I could really go for those breasts.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, and I think as was added by who was it said that? Sardoc said, have some tits. I'm not soup. Literally only a fan of this fucking channel is going to have any idea what the hell that means. But okay, here you go.
Yes, I do.
Book me a flight to Madagascar. And even though St. Hugo is gifted. Sorry, guys. St. Hugo has gifted 5 Will of Fans memberships. Fucking legend.
Well, now we've really are 3/4 there.
Yeah, I'm actually like getting concerned now because we are taking ages to get through this. I'm gonna have to add that to the bar. And as usual, my alt tab is not working for some reason. I don't know why. It happens every Sunday. Oh well. Well, I think it's because we're playing this. It's sharing a screen. It fucks with everything. This goddamn service. St. Hugo, you're a bloody legend. I will physically add that to the bar in a moment. Actually, I need to recount them anyway. But so actually, how many is that so far? We've got 5, 10, 12, 13, 14, 19. Because we had a self join as well.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
All right, but so that's 19 we're at, actually, not 13. I will update that as soon as I can. But in the meantime, let's keep the entertainment going, guys, because we got our end of the bargain to hold up. So yes, of course, it's the usual shit where Lister says at some point, and now, by the way, just so you know, I'm wondering, is this the most transphobic, like, 30 seconds of British TV ever? We'll find out after I've finished reading it, right? Lister says, at some point in their lives, most people wish they were someone else. This is going years and years and years back before the accident. Kachansky had just finished with me and I was feeling really pony. So I went for a walk in the botanical gardens and I saw this squirrel climbing up and down the tree collecting nuts. And it stopped and it looked at me and I thought, you lucky little sod. You like your job. You're your own boss and you've got no woman trouble. So you'll never feel as bad as I feel now. And at that moment, I mean, for a split second, I would have given anything to swap places with him. Cat says, that's awful, man. When a woman screws you up so bad, you want to become a squirrel. Lister says, it just made me think that a lot of the time being human isn't that much fun. Rimmer says, so Lister, what are you telling us? That you're a closet squirrel? Behind closed doors, you parade up and down with a strap-on bushy tail, calling yourself Nutkin? Oh, shit! Oh, no, buddy.
Don't be a furry.
There's going to be an assassin's bullet coming for Rimmer soon because it'll whiz straight through his head. Jesus Christ. No.
It's not worth it. Don't be a furry.
So we have... Yeah, just a reality check for all the furries in the world right there from Rimmer. Like, literally, it is a freak show if you do think that you should be some kind of furry animal. Yeah, it is. It's not normal. It's not in any way acceptable. And it made me think when I was watching this earlier on, and that sort of obviously triggered my anti-woke reflex. And I was like, oh, well, wow, red flag for the woke. But cancel Red Dwarf. No, don't touch Red Dwarf. I will fuck you up. But anyway, it made me think back to the old Monty Python days when they had that, like, a sketch that was basically it was like a mockumentary about people who went to mouse parties and wore ears and ate cheese. And of course, in the 1960s, it's, you know, and it's an analogy for secret gay parties that were going on, right? Mm-hmm. When that was illegal still. But they made a silly analogy of it by having it be places where men would go and dress up as mice and just hang out and eat cheese. Right. And again, you think, wow, when that is actually something that's real in the real world.
It's almost like they saw it coming.
Yeah. But the idea that he calls himself Nutkin as well, because they actually do use that kin. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, son. Tree kin, forest kin, I'm squirrel kin, Nutkin. Fuck. That's outrageous. So there we go.
Yeah. You know, I've got the entire Monty Python Flying Circus on my Plex server. So maybe one of these days.
It's a great show, man. Me and my dad watched it when my mum passed away. We were like, we were in the middle of watching it anyway because we wanted something to make us laugh while we were worrying so much, and then we carried on and watched all of it by the end. Even the ones after, like, Graham Chapman had died and stuff like that. Glorious show, glorious. Not always the best. Like, some hit and miss. Let's be honest, but the hits are legendary.
Indeed,
like,
indeed. No,
pantheonic, you know.
Extensive Monty Python collection.
Yeah, it's a great show. So anyway, whatever. We crack on. Lister continues. Excuse me, with his "it's not great to be human" bollocks, and then the cat sneezes, destroying Rimmer's plan. So there's your B plot handle. Now we see Crichton walk into the storage room where his spare heads and hands are kept. First appearance of the spare heads, or first reference of the spare heads, anyway. And you get a look at Crichton and what he thinks is sensible fashion. To be dressed. He's got a black jacket with a leopard print collar and some sort of crazy pink patterned shirt and a black and pink polka dot tie. Swear to God, he looks like he should be like a manager for some wrestler in the 90s, dressed like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know,
hockey journalist or something.
Yeah, a Kentucky journalist, yeah. So he goes into the Spareheads and tells them the most wonderful thing has happened. We found this machine that's made me human. Sparehead 1 is not very happy. This was obviously difficult to shoot. You had to do a split screen various ways, and fair enough, and very cool, actually. 4 ways, actually, with the hand as well. He says, "You're a human now?" He goes, "That's right, Sparehead 1. Our wildest, most incredible dream has come true." Sparehead 2 asks, "What's it like?" He says, "It's indescribable. True, I'm having a few problems coping with human emotions. There's no zoom. The nipples don't work. And I could show you a snapshot of something that would make your eyes spin like fruit machines. But that apart, it's all going well." Who's shouting spam? What for? Something going on?
Spam as in Monty Python. Spam.
Oh,
spam.
spam. We don't want. Shut up. Yeah, fucking brilliant. That.
And we don't want any toast either.
My
spam on toast.
When my wife was pregnant with our second, once she went through a phase of only wanting to eat spam. And I was, I was forced to end up showing her that sketch because literally I said, "So what do you want for dinner?" She's like, "Spam." I'm like, "With what?" She's like, "Spam." I'm like, "So what do you want?" "Spam, spam, 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 and spam." She's like, "Yes." I was like, "All right, I gotta show you this." So there you go. It was weird. That's a weird thing to crave, but hey, it is what it is.
What is they say? It stands for stuff posing as meat.
Yeah, fucking bollocks there. I had bollocks fingers and stuff. I don't know what it is.
It probably is actually bollocks.
Probably. That's what I mean. Yeah, I was a bit facetious. I was being quite sincere. So anyway, they're he basically admits that he's not loving it too much, but it's going well mostly. He's not really happy. A Sparehead 1's like, "What about us? It was my turn to be main head next month." He goes, "Well, obviously that's no longer possible. Aren't you happy for me? I'm not a mechanoid. I'm not second class anymore." Sparehead 2 says, "What about Sparehead 3? You can't just leave him here. He's got droid rot." Sparehead 3 has somehow developed a thick Yorkshire accent, I think. And he goes, "I don't need no bugger to look after me. I maybe have gone with siliconitis, and my voice units may be shut to boggity, but I don't need sympathy from the likes of him." And he goes, "Well, I'll still come and visit. I won't forget you." Sparehead 1's like, "Where have you been for the last 4 days?" He goes, "I've been busy." He goes, and Sparehead 3 says, "Aye, busy swanking around with his new central nervous system, his poncy new 8-valve heart lardy dying it with all his fancy new human friends." He goes, "Oh, Sparehead 3, what do you know about anything?" He goes, "Oh, hark at him, ordering his own heads around. I may be 30,000 years old and my circuit boards may have gone bandy, but I'll tell you this for now. You came into this world as a mechanoid, and a mechanoid you'll always be." He goes, "I don't have to take this from you. I'm a human. Shut your stupid flat head." Sparehead 1 is deeply offended. And then the last thing he does is ask Sparehand 1, "How do you feel?" And Sparehand 1 flips him a V-side. So there we go. Anyway, there we go. He's really regretting everything. Lister says, "Greetings, fellow human," and he's like, "Oh, they sound hollow, those words now." He goes, "I can't handle human emotions. 1 minute I'm happy, the next I'm miserable." That's weird because Crichton has plenty of emotions anyway, but whatever. He says, "What's wrong with me? I'm up and down more often than a pair of kangaroos in the mating season." This is the depression's there for a reason. It's the mind's way of telling you something's wrong. He goes, "Yeah, what could be wrong? I got everything I want." He goes, "Oh yeah?" He goes, "No, I've done the most terrible thing. I've hurt my own kind. I've made fun of those closest to me. I've been a complete and total Polaroid head."
Yes, you have. Twice.
He goes, "Yeah, you've had your head up your recharge socket." He goes, "Agreed. And you've known all along." He goes, "Yes, well, I did something similar once. I sold out." He goes, "You sold out?" He goes, "Hey, look," Lister says, "Look, this is just between you and me, okay, Crichton?" He goes, "Once, many years ago, I went into a wine bar," and then he sort of turns quickly like to check no one's listening. And he goes, "That's it? You went into a wine bar?" And Lister's like, "Okay, keep it down, keep it down."
He calls it a WB.
He goes, "That means it was a class traitor." Yeah, he says, "What about why'd you go into a WB?" He goes, "It means, what's wrong with it?" He goes, "It means I was a class traitor. I could have been on that slippery slope, hankering after pine kitchens, sleeping on futons, eating tapas." He goes, who knows where it could have led? I could have started having relationships with people instead of going out with them. Got married, got on the property ladder. God almighty, who knows where it would have ended. Next thing you know, I'd be playing squash every Tuesday night with a bloke called Gerald. A lucky escape, man, a lucky escape. And so Crichton decides it's time for him to go back to being a mechanoid. So let's go back to the ship. And the last thing is, he tells him about Popeye and says there was a cartoon character once called Popeye who said a really profound thing. He said, what did he say? He said, I am what I am. He says, are you sure? I always thought that was Descartes. He goes, so did I, man. It's so easy to get those two dudes mixed up. Weird
so
line.
Easy, yeah.
So now they've got where they didn't bother before, they've brought Holly with them.
Mm-hmm.
So Holly,
she's going to interface and figure it out, because now they know what they're dealing with, whereas before it was an emergency situation.
Exactly. Anyway, but Holly does actually say something about her own state at some point. I'm trying to find the line. Being a demented. Oh yeah, we'll get
every half-wit computer.
That's it. Yeah. So they decide they're going to turn Lister's curry, which is a mutton vindaloo, into a chicken vindaloo. That'll be a suitable test.
Right.
And they try to do it. And it is what it is. They try to turn this thing into a vindaloo, but into a chicken vindaloo, but instead it bubbles up and explodes wildly and mutates and very quickly turns into a giant walking curry monster. Because you've got to have a polymorph now, right? You've got to have a polymorph. So there we go. What the smeg is it? What have we created? We've created the mutton vindaloo beast, says Lister. Half man, half extra hot Indian curry. Rimmer says, okay, you go. I'll cover you. The others all say, seriously? And Rimmer's like, no. So, of course, they all leg it now down the corridors of Red Dwarf, being pursued by the monster. There's kind of a quick shot there, but you get the gist. They're legging it. Rimmer says, I can't believe I'm running away from a psychopathic curry man. Lister says, is it still following us? Cat says, can't you smell it? It's right behind us. Another cat reference there. Strong sense of smell. Lister grabs a can of weirdly placed 6-pack or 4-pack of leopard lager, and breaks the glass to get the bazookoids, and suddenly shouts, remember last Easter 12 months ago to the day, the polymorph. Crichton, yeah, that's right, you were attacked by a killer Shami kebab. Lister says, how can the same smeg happen to the same guy twice? Cat says, last time it was hors d'oeuvres, this time it's lunch. So there we go. So they've got the bazookoids, and around comes the monster. The cat screams, eat burning death and kiss your ugly ass goodbye, beast. Lister shouts twice, and they fire. Doesn't do shit. Nothing they can do. Lister shouts, move back to the DNA splitter. Run for it. I've got an idea. So they go back and they hide in the as the monster runs up, he runs into Lister's middle finger as he blows the lock on the door with the bazookoid. Yeah. They decide that basically they're going to have to come up with a new plan. Lister says, Holly, I'm only going to ask you this once, and I want the truth. Can you make this machine work without any mistakes? And Holly says, yeah, I know what I did wrong last time. It's a mistake any deranged half-witted computer could have made. Which is weird, because the Norman Lovick Holly refused to accept that he'd gone senile. You know what I mean?
I think she was referencing that even a deranged half-wit computer can do it, and she's not. That's how I perceived it.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
no. I think her version of Holly really plays up to being the ditz.
Yeah,
I think it's great for it.
I think that's just how they wrote it, because it's a woman, frankly, and she loves to play that kind of character. So yeah, but anyway, by the way, yes, the Fast Show is excellent, guys in the chat. So talking about that, we have Fast Show references on this stream all the time. Actually, that's where the wanker clip came from. Anyway, they're trying to work out how to calm down the fucking monster. Rimmer says maybe some Indian restaurant music will mollify it, or perhaps you could make a surrender flag out of flock wallpaper. Anyway, it turns out basically the only choice here is for Lister to get Holly to turn him into a superhuman man plus, he says. So they go through it, and instead of turning into a superhuman, Lister turns into RoboCop, or half RoboCop, but with half his head. If you look at the actual shot, like when he's looking at him, half his helmet is still Lister's hat.
Yep.
And the other half is RoboCop.
Yeah, he's still got his leather jacket on the right side.
Yeah.
Yes, he's got the leather jacket on one side and RoboCop on the other. And he goes, "Did it work?"
Yeah, it's only like
kind
3
of
feet tall.
He goes, "What do you mean, kind of?" And then we see that the others are looking at him, and he is in fact only about tall. It's the size of a toddler, basically.
Stumpy.
In fact, no, he's even smaller than that. Actually, he's only like a foot tall at most.
Well, they show
because
show
he
exactly
stands
how
next.
tall he is.
Yeah, the size of a can of lager.
Exactly. That's right.
Yeah.
So there you go. He goes, "I mean, kind of." Holly says, "Well, I'm getting better." They ain't got time to change him back. Let's scoot. So they start running. Cat shouts, "Come on, Stumpy." Lister starts running. He goes, "Wait for me." So they're running down the corridor. Lister has to stop, catch his breath. He goes, "I can't keep up. I'm knackered." In this tiny, high-pitched voice. But then we get probably one of the best shows lines ever. Again, as the monster approaches him, and he takes cover behind a can of lager, which he's just a little bit taller than, knocks it over, and the monster steps into the lager and begins to burn and recoils in pain. And Lister looks at it and goes, "Of course, lager, the only thing that can kill a vindaloo."
Like I love how he says it like there is some established lore of killing.
I mean, the thing
Vindaloo
is,
abominations.
I'd never eaten a vindaloo when I first saw this. I was only about 12, and I'd never drunk lager either. So, you know, but I can confirm that a nice cold beer will absolutely fucking calm the curry in your stomach.
Yeah, that's why they always sell Cobra in every Indian restaurant you will ever go in.
Yep, always.
And I'm making a curry tonight now.
That's it. I know, right? Now I want to fucking Cobra. Yeah. So,
and
so
it does have some actual context, because I mean, you know, it's Lister.
Everyone wants a curry now. See in the chat as well.
Yeah,
and of course Lister would know this. This is absolutely Lister's like area of expertise.
Yeah.
So he never needed to actually become this thing in the first place. But anyway, whatever. He picks up the can of leopard lager, launches it into the mouth of the beast, and blasts it, blowing it to pieces. And then gets splatted by it himself and falls over because he's tiny. Yeah, everyone else comes along. And because he's got superhuman strength for his size, he was able to throw the can of lager, by the way. Anyway, there he is. He's lying down, and everyone looks at him, and he just looks really pleased with himself and says, "Has anyone got a poppadom the size of Lake Michigan? This stuff's really good." He's eating the curry, of course.
Yeah.
And starts eating it.
Can't let a good curry go to waste, right? Yeah.
Well, no, you know, it is curry.
Good, apparently.
So he stuffs it in his mouth. The cat says, "This guy's pure class." Cut to credits. The end. Great episode. Fucking great episode. You forget, like I always undersell these, I think. and then you sort of read the script and you're like, oh fuck yeah, there's like 12 of my favorite lines from Red Dwarf in this episode. You know what I mean, Rhoda?
For me, currently the funniest episode I've seen ever. Like, of all, funniest episode, funny in total.
Really funnier than Polymorph, you think?
Yeah, for me that was funny. Like the pacing was funnier. The delivery was funny. Like, I'm not saying
it's
anything.
very tight.
For me, this is better. I was like the fact
there's
that
more cohesion
I watched
as
today,
a group at this point too. So there's more tether for them to, pull.
Yeah,
true. Yeah, all right.
This one was funnier. Like funnier. Not like, I'm not gonna say it's the most genius episodes that I've ever watched, but it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I guess
laughing all the time.
Polymorph concept wise is a funnier farce, but well, I don't know about that actually. There's a lot of farce in this.
Yeah, I quite like how it's kind of like, I mean, this series as a whole, everything is kind of like
tighter,
graphically darker than series 3, which was like really bright compared to 1 and 2.
There's a lot of time spent in the offices' decks and corridors and stuff where it's like bright.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of like it feels more nerdy in a good way.
Yeah, well, they're getting into that tone that they really, really dive into with series 5, 6, and 7, where there's a lot of dank corridors of horror and stuff like that come into it. So yeah, it's Red Dwarf like finding its rhythm at this point, like the sort of, like it's on its 4th album now.
Right. Well, it's like this episode, you get really good character bits from everyone. Cat, Crichton, Lister and Rimmer, obviously, they all have an adequate amount of screen time, and they're all, essential.
Right, except Holly.
The story.
Except Holly. But that's the way the show's gone now. Like,
right.
Yeah.
It's always the way that when you think of Red Dwarf, you think of the 4 plus Holly.
Yeah.
Not really.
The thing is that it definitely feels more organic. Everything feels more settled.
Yeah. Again, all the characters have been firmly established in series 3.
Yeah.
Crichton got all the exposition he would ever need in by the end of episode 1. By the end of Camille, like, Crichton was a fully fleshed out character. So now you can fuck around with that formula by turning him into a human for an episode, By the way, 3rd consecutive Crichton heavy episode in a row.
Yeah.
The next one will be more of a Rimmer and Crichton episode, actually.
Yeah. They're doing everything they can to really get him into the mix. And the whole thing with Cat, actually, he's the one who propels the situational aspect.
He actually is responsible for the plot starting. Yeah, that's true. I think Crichton is the writer's favorite character at this point. Because of what they can get away with doing with him that they can't do with an invisible hologram man, or not visible, intangible hologram Lister just being a human and the cat just being a cat. Adding Crichton gives them fucking infinite directions they can go into, and they can add much more high tier sci-fi, even though it doesn't really make sense that a mechanical butler would have all of this space age knowledge. Like, he seems to know everything about like astro navigation and quantum mechanics and stuff, even though he would never have any use for it in his role for what he's designed for, which is effectively, space janitor.
Yeah, but the thing is that
that sounds like it should be like a spoof comic that we do, like the
space janitor. Yeah, he's a janitor in space.
Oh, that could be a name for the RPG.
Space janitor
in space.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's got to be space janitor in space.
I once invented a character called Space and the line was, he's in space. I just totally ripped myself off because I'd forgotten about it. Me and my mate used to joke about
He
that.
can be an unlockable character.
Space, yeah.
But the thing with Crichton is that exactly. I'm gonna reference Data again. When you have a inherently linear character as an android who has a base set of skills, that's where you get the real freedom to do exactly what you said, whatever the fuck you want with him. Because if you have a human, you know humans. We all know humans. We know what they're capable of. We're humans, stuff like that.
We've also established that they're all idiots of low knowledge.
Exactly.
Who are not equipped for the problems they're going to face.
Yeah, exactly. So you have them very well established, and you know their boundaries, even if they don't show them to you. Same is with aliens. When you have aliens in a sci-fi show, you have most times you have aliens with a very particular set of ideals and stuff like that. Like, my people do this, my people do that, and when they deviate from that, that's when you get a very creative writing, like the Vulcans, for instance, again from Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly. So by having Crichton, they can have him explain ridiculous situations that will arise, and they get more and more and more ridiculous as the show goes on. I mean, we've still got like Quarantine to come up, which is a fucking batshit mental episode with Rimmer and stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, Miss Sparkles asked if we're done. Nope, not yet. We're actually only halfway. I need to take a second and just go and make sure that everything is cool with the wife
Grab
and
a
the
shot
kids.
while you're out.
Yeah, I'm gonna take some minutes as well.
Yeah, I'll be right back in a minute or two. So just keep chatting and be right back.
Be back.
Yeah.
No, like I was saying, I think that the really cool thing about this episode is you get to see really good character moments from everyone throughout. Even Holly, I would argue, even though it's just kind of the one scene at the end, and the thing right at the beginning, bookends, still gets in.
Yeah, I mean, I did pick up on that. That like her being like her version of Holly being like willfully a complete ditz, and I love the way that she plays it. It just works so well. I can't imagine I can't imagine series 3 and 4 with Norman Lovett's Holly.
Right.
But
yeah, no,
sorry.
No. Finish your point.
But I mean, original Holly was great in 1 and 2, but I think they've kind of, from like halfway through series 3, they actually start writing the character for her age instead of for Norman Lovett.
Yeah, and that was what I was gonna say is, Holly is this Holly now, whereas it's not just a visual shift. There is actually a change in persona and everything like that. And so now that we have an actual feminine Holly, she smart women, use their femininity and play into, it's that whole thing about, not being a girl boss. A lot of women can actually get further by not, being, trying to, masculate themselves, and so Holly being a little bit ditzy actually is her strength, and I mean, that might sound a little bit misogynistic, but hey, I'm a problematic white guy, so what, but I think the character in the mix with 4 strong male leads, it's good to have just that little bit of spice and whatnot that Holly can bring to it by not just having interchangeable lines and actually making Holly more of a female presence within the crew, but doesn't need to be being too heavy on a lot of the stuff. It's there to add a little bit of counterbalance and make it all the more kind of an organic kind of grouping.
Sorry.
No worries.
That cleared my throat a bit.
Good.
All right. Let's crack on then. Did we have any donos or anything? I did the 5 that were added, right? Yeah. Okay. Pretty good. if we can get 21 memberships
21 more
in the next hour or so, I think at this point we may have to just say we'll do Jackbox tomorrow night, which would, if that suits everybody. I don't know if it does or not, but probably better for everybody than this stream turning into a 6-hour affair, you know.
I don't know. It'll be fine.
I mean, I do have the rest of today off. Toasty has made a change of venue to her schedule. She's now doing co-hosting with Sammy 3P on his Sunday night show.
Oh, okay.
But I'm also off tomorrow, so I'm flexible.
Well, I'm in the process of experimenting a little bit with my schedule, because when I started Hyperdrive Time, I was the only person streaming at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm like one of about 5. Yeah. And most of them are my friends. So thanks, guys. So I'm sort of thinking I'll just stream at this time, but like every day, almost every day anyway. Like, I might still take a day off. It's currently 20 to 1 in the morning in the Philippines, but that's okay because everyone else is asleep. So
the morning hours still seem to be a pretty good open space throughout the week.
Yeah, no one else is stupid enough to stream at this time of day. You know?
Right. I know.
This is a really good time of day for me because it's like right now it's like nearly 5:45.
Yeah, I'm just trying it anyway. I'm trying to get out of everybody else's way, and by virtue of doing that, also make it clear that I'm, competing with less, with fewer people. Just makes sense, right? Plus, it's going to be a lot easier on me if I get up in the morning, take the niece to school, and go back to bed instead of then doing a 2-hour live stream.
Also, you're gonna have a consistent time frame.
Yeah,
everybody will know exactly when to find you.
Exactly, and exactly. I won't have to keep saying this time. It'll be the same time every day. Yeah, I'll try it. We'll see how it does, because obviously I have other concerns like how are people going to watch. And frankly, am I going to be able to grift? Because it's my job.
If it ends up working well for you, I'm at some point in time, once the tech stuff gets sorted out, I will keep that in mind as either things that I can do before or after this time frame.
Appreciate it. All right, guys, let's crack on. There's no sour grapes there, by the way. I was just saying, things change. People start doing stuff, and before long.
Well, I mean, that's what I was even mentioning. She's going to do the show now without me on Sundays, which I was like, hey, you know what? If it benefits the show during the long term of the week, by all means, I'll take.
Also, there's an element of less is more as well. Like if I'm streaming 9 times a week, I'm knackered, and maybe people get sick of it. Whereas if I'm only streaming 5 or 6 times a week, it maybe has more meaning. So there's that, and I don't have to repeat stories and things like that as well. If I cover the same thing in Hyperdrive Time and then in this, it's only the really good shit would get covered twice. Anyway, there we go. I'm just trying to think of ways to streamline and make this better for the audience, basically all the time. One of the ways I could probably do that right now is by getting the fuck on with it instead of talking about myself. So so let's crack on, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are with episode 3 titled Justice. And well, this is an all-time classic starter, isn't it? I didn't even remember that this is the one. This is the Space Mumps.
Oh god, this one. This is so gross.
This is disgusting. If it helps, I found out they made it with like pineapple and golden syrup and stuff like that. It only looks disgusting. But it's disgusting.
That doesn't help at all.
Yeah, that's a great opener.
It is gross as fuck. So if you've just ordered a curry, if you've just ordered a curry, maybe hold on for like 10 minutes before, hopefully 10. No, I say 10. Before we get through that scene and then eat it. Yeah. Anyway, here we are. Lister is in the medical bed. Crichton walks in and says, "How are you feeling, sir?" Oh, and Lister sits up and we get a look at him and his head. I don't even know really how to describe it, and I don't feel like anyone's ever described it quite perfectly enough yet. He looks like Worf gone wrong.
Looks like a cross between Worf and Dracula.
And Megamind, maybe.
And Megamind, yeah. Like the three of them kind of, yeah.
So Lister has got
He looks
space.
The master from no, that not the master. That villain from the live-action Green Lantern movie.
Oh yeah,
That became Parallax.
Yeah, that became Oh my god, that was awful.
Yeah, basically that.
Yeah, basically big brain alien from Star Trek. T. Jeff Steen has the right of it. So yeah, basically Lister's head has swelled up to twice its normal size. No, thrice, 4 or 5 times its normal size. In fact, it is now half of the total circumference of his head. It's just his forehead and cranium, you know. He says he's feeling much better. It looks like he's got a pair of bollocks on his head. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned like the whole thing with Dracula, Gary Oldman. You know,
with the Buffon dig. Yeah. So Crichton says, "How are you feeling, sir?" And Lister says, "Oh, much better, much better." He says, "Well, you certainly look better. I can't believe how much the swelling has gone down overnight."
Right.
He goes, "You reckon?"
They spared us with that.
Yeah. He goes, "Definitely. It was almost interfering with the ceiling fan yesterday afternoon." He goes, "You're nearly back to your old self. In fact, you can hardly tell you've got space bumps at all." He goes, "Can I have a mirror?"
Bust out the calipers.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he goes, "I don't think you're quite ready for a mirror yet, sir. Let's take it one step at a time." And you gotta love how he's got a medical symbol.
Yeah,
on
I was gonna say that.
Stomach ring window thing, disk drive, whatever the fuck that thing is. Anyway, he then takes out a gigantic pair of calipers and measures his head. He goes, "What did I tell you? It's gone down 8 inches overnight." Look, that's a fucking lot, right? When it's on your head.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go.
Fuck yeah.
Although in my estimation, it's quite average. But anyway, so he's just a fucking giant calipers there to measure it. It's fucking outrageous.
I knew someone was going to make a dick joke there. I thought it was going to be Chat.
Well, you already had the ball sack on his head.
Well, Chat was too slow, so I had to do it. You know, I was waiting for it. I was sort of waiting for a super chat to come in about talking about 8 inches. You know, but well, you know, win some, lose some, I guess, Chat. Anyway, we crack on. He measures Lister's head. It's gone down 8 inches. He goes, "I don't know what I would have done with you. You're like Florence Nighting droid." Fucking bollocks. He brought him his breakfast. He goes, "Yes, sir. Hot lager with croutons." Just the way you asked. Yes, Lister is now, it's becoming cartoonish how much of a slob Lister is. And will continue to as well as we get to it. Especially when, I no spoilers, but I have mentioned that there is an appearance from Kachansky later in the series. And you know, they really have to play up just how much of a slob Lister is when that happens, you know. All will become clear. Jeremiah Maxwell says he has tits on his head, and T-Jab Steve for another $5 says this is what Lister gets for wanting a double Polaroid head and not being specific enough to the space genie.
and to Jeremiah, I would just say, I don't want to see those tits.
No, mate, that's a monstrous. They look like some Tranoid post-op.
Yeah.
You ever see the South Park episode where Mr. Garrison reveals his when he's a woman temporarily? Well, not a woman. He's never a woman, but when he's a trans woman temporarily, and they're just these busted lumps on his chest. It's disgusting.
I think it is testicular than it is titular.
Grim. Anyway, there we go. So Lister says, "Well, you certainly find out who your mates are when you got an unsightly disfiguring ailment." And Crichton, ever the brown-nosing suck-up, says, "Oh, I wouldn't say unsightly, sir." Oh, come on, Crichton. I've got a head like a hot air balloon. I look like a human light bulb. How many times have they dropped in with a word of comfort or a bunch of grapes? Well, it's just not been possible, sir. Mr. Rimmer has been on vacation. He goes, vacation, the world's most charismatic man. Where did he go? And it turns out Rimmer's gone on a rambling holiday through the diesel decks, a 10-day hike through the ship's combustion engines with 2 of the scutters. He said he'd pop in later to show you the slides. He goes, he didn't, did he? Loading the projection carousel for 24 hours now. He goes, you've got to stop him. A slideshow with the diesel decks, that could finish me. He goes, I thought the cat might have dropped in, though. He goes, well, he's been a little preoccupied of late with this pod business. Oh, screw my diodes and call me Frank. I wasn't supposed to mention that. He goes, what pod? He goes, sir, you're not well. Just forget I mentioned. He goes, come on, what pod? He goes, yesterday evening we came across an escape pod floating in the local asteroid belt. Contains a survivor of some space crash, apparently cryogenically frozen. And apparently she's in suitable condition for revival. Lister says, she. And he's like, well, as far as we can tell, she's a she. He goes, oh, that's great, isn't it? That's just typical. The first female company in 3 million years, and I look like something that belongs up a whale's nose.
Now, there is something that I do think is interesting about...
do you think they just spitball these? Sorry, go on, John. Finish your thought.
Well, like the joke that was previous to this about Rimmer with the slides and everything like that. When last episode he was talking about how boring Crichton is, and it's like, dude, you're doing slides, you know, like nobody wants to see your fucking slideshow.
Yeah, exactly.
Ever.
Which is funny because we're effectively presenting a slideshow right now.
Right. I suppose, but
here's another thing I wanted to bring up. Like, do you think Grant and Naylor just sat there spitballing like disgusting things that they could compare? Because a lot of Red Dwarf humor is blah blah looks like yada yada XYZ, right? And then the XYZ is something completely off the wall.
Oh yeah,
that's your average Red Dwarf joke, right?
Yeah, it sounds so random. It has to be planned.
Yeah. So the point I'm saying is, do you think they sit with a whiteboard and just come up with like disgusting objects or something? Because
I wouldn't even say whiteboard.
I think it's probably just ad lib.
Hang out in the writer's room and have a few loggers and just kind of like
probably.
It's probably written in biro on the back of a beer mat.
There's another element of this actually that I've just remembered from the documentaries. Well, apparently the premise of the show was written on the back of a beer mat. That's the legend of Red Dwarf, but we don't know. That's never been confirmed. But of course, Red Dwarf actually was based on a sketch that they did for an earlier TV show that they worked on. So that would have been the premise
Dave
of it.
Hollins, I think.
Yeah, it was Dave something.
Dave Hollins, Space Cadet or Space.
Yeah, it was a rip on 2001. It was just supposed to be a man alone in space, the last man alive, and a computer that was insane. And then, of course, that turned into Red Dwarf. And it's funny how Holly became a background character. But anyway, the one more thing I wanted to mention was like the Deadpool scene. We know where they're describing what his face looks like, him and TJ Miller.
Yeah.
And you just know they're just ad-libbing the fuck out of that. Was it like you look like an avocado had sex with an older, uglier avocado? You look like a topographical map of Utah.
Cancerous ball sack. You know?
Like it is a real shame that TJ Miller got cancelled, you know. But hey, and I don't know if he ever did what they said he did, but that was the times. Maybe we can welcome him back one day. Anyway, so something that belongs up a whale's nose. It's fucking disgusting, but it cracks you up. Slaps his hat on his head and gets up.
If only it's a blowhole.
Yeah, that's actually worse somehow. Lister says there's a woman on board. What do you think I'm doing? I'm on the cop. So there we go. Now we're in the space sleeping quarters, rather. And the space pod, for some reason, is in the sleeping quarters. Just large enough for a person. Lister's having a look at it. Lister reads Barbara Bellini. What a beautiful name. There's no justice. How could this happen to me? Cat comes in. Lister says maybe I could wear a turban and pretend I'm from India. Cat says maybe you could stick a spike in your head and pretend you're the Taj Mahal.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, it's you. Well, thanks for visiting me. Thanks a lot. He goes, you know what you look like? You could go out double dating with the Elephant Man and he would be the looker. He really has shown him a lot of movies, hasn't he?
Yep. And the whole thing about the whale's nose, like that would be like ambergris, which is very
valuable.
expensive. Yeah, very valuable.
Yeah. There's actually a Futurama reference about that. There's an episode where there's a whole thing about ambergris. Anyway, I can't remember what it is, but thanks for reminding me. Anyway, Lister asked why the pod isn't activated and how come no one's started the thought process. Cat says, I thought Alphabet Head did it. He presses a few buttons on it. Again, the fucking cat presses a few buttons on it and the lights start up. It says 29 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds to revival and starts counting down. Lister says, so who is she? Where did she come from? Cat says, who cares? At last, a date. And Lister's like, who says she's going to be interested in you? He goes, I can see what you're saying. All that time alone in deep space could have driven her insane. He goes, no, just say she's an ordinary woman who doesn't go for your type. He goes, no, I'd have heard about her. She'd have appeared in Ripley's Believe It or Not. Say she prefers someone else. Like who? I don't know. Like me. He goes, buddy, you got a head like a watermelon. What are you going to do? Paint her with orange and black stripes and tell her you play quarterback with the Bengals? And he goes, I think you're just a bit cocky for a guy who's never actually met a real woman before. True. Yeah. He's only ever met virtual women.
Do we count the better than life? Yeah, do we count better than life then?
Well, I guess he met Kachansky once.
Yeah.
In Time Slides.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Sure. Actually, he did.
Yeah. And
wasn't he just like gawping at her roommate as well?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He has met a real woman. Just looking at her like that. And then she was kind of into it too when Lister drags her off. Yeah. So that's bollocks. He has absolutely met a real woman before.
Also female versions of Lister and Rimmer.
True. They're real women, although they are Lister and Rimmer. So, you know. Anyway, he goes, I've seen mirrors. I have eyes. He goes, face it, buddy. I have a body that makes men sweat. Although, if you've listened to the dialogue, it sounds more like he says, I have a body that makes men wet.
Wet. Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
I feel like
every time I've watched it, and I must have seen this episode at least 20 times.
Yeah.
I watched it today, and it's definitely men wet.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet
I'm convinced.
on that.
I'm convinced it is, yeah. Doesn't matter anyway. It says, have you ever heard of an animal called the Iranian Jerd? It can do 150 pelvic thrusts a second. It says, so? It goes, that's me in slow-mo. Put a Black and Decker drill on the end and I can make it through walls, baby. Rimmer walks in, says, Listy, what are you doing up? Shouldn't you be in the greenhouse with the rest of the cantaloupes? Bastard. He goes, who the hell started the RP? The resuscitation process, I suppose. Or restoration or whatever. Cat says, what's the problem? She's in there. Let's get her out. He says, the problem, Pussycat Willem, is that the capsule was ejected from a prison ship on which the convicts mutinied. There was a pitched battle with only 2 survivors, 1 prisoner and 1 guard, the erstwhile Miss Bellini. One of those 2 got into this pod and escaped. But of course, you know all this, having familiarized yourself thoroughly with the black box recording. Lister sighs and says, so if it's not Bellini, then who is it? Rimmer says, one of the prisoners. And considering the ship was transporting 40 psychotic, half-crazed, mass-murdering, super-strong androids, we thought it prudent to find out who the smeg was in there before we woke them up. Crichton, now it's the first appearance.
Rimmer, this is actually Rimmer being very, very professional here.
Compared to season 1 Rimmer.
Exactly.
Where
he's being very...
aliens, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. He actually went through the black box. He actually went through the caution stuff. He actually wanted to be like, don't do stupid stuff with that.
He is a chicken shit.
Yeah.
Chicken shits have a very strong sense of self-preservation. For a dead man, he has an incredibly strong sense of self-preservation.
Well, I guess it's like the burden of command, as it were, has made him grow up a bit.
Well, again, Rhoda, you know full well that we will get to that later when we get to series 7 and the split.
Yeah.
you know, and the medal and stuff like that. Like Rimmer kind of gets his flowers a little later. But then
flowers more like kippers.
He is
right.
Ace Duke Rimmer, right?
Well, you know, I don't want to spoil it for the chat, anyone who hasn't seen, or for either of you who are watching it in real time. If you like by now, even if you've zipped far ahead, I doubt you made it to season 7.
No, I'm trying to keep them fairly.
Yeah, I would recommend you just watch them as we do, because otherwise it will start to get like one of the things that's appealing about this is 2 of us know everything, and 2 of us presumably don't.
I'm a proponent of, because you know, like whenever they do these binge drops of series, things like that, I don't know.
If you watch too much too fast, you miss the details.
Right, and so that's the things I like to actually, and that's usually why I watch these things like 2 or 3
I mean,
that's why people sleep, because you need to process the information of the day.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
This is why Gary Beekler, Noel Kerins, has said many times that the weekly distribution model is much better than the spam. And
that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, and
it is absolutely right. But god damn, that started a big fight on FNT once.
Yeah,
fucking hell.
No, I mean, I still contend that that's part of the reason why so many people thought Fallout Season 1 was such a great thing, because they watched all the episodes.
Spammed it. If you sit and watch, I watched it over several days, and I started noticing, like, wait a minute, why did they go here? Why did they do this? There was no reason to, like, no connection, no therefore or but, you know.
Yeah.
And then
it's like everything's for show, like
well, this is why they drop that. This is why they drop. Yeah, this is why they drop whole series usually when they're bad. There was no reason to do it with Fallout.
It just washes over you, and you don't have time to process all the little idiosyncrasies and everything like that.
Because people will binge it, you know.
Yeah, because they don't have the patience anymore.
Exactly. It's why people thought Game of Thrones Series 5 is a lot better than it was. It's a good series, better than later ones. But if you actually watch it like once a day, it's pretty. You know, it's not as good as the first 4 series. That was the series that got leaked. Like the first half of the series got leaked onto Pirate Bay, so everybody downloaded it, and they just started massively like binge watching it, and everyone's, oh wow, we got to wait 4 weeks for more. You know, and everyone complained. It was like, well, you should just watch 1 a week, like a sensible human being. You know? But anyway, we're massively off topic. Watched Meltdown last, says St. Hugo, spreading Red Dwarf on purpose. Meltdown's great. Meltdown is so underrated. It's a fucking brilliant episode. Anyway, people do have short attention spans too, Rosie. You're right. You're not wrong. Let's crack on then. So they're worried, of course, now because, as Crichton is about to point out, this is the first appearance of the simulants. We finally got to that.
Oh, it's another one off. Okay.
No, there's plenty of simulants in Red Dwarf. There's loads. There's like at least half a dozen of them that they interfere with. Well, they battle one way or another. Series 5 and Series 6 both got simulants in them. Definitely Series 7. Series 8 is a different kind of affair completely.
These are the Borg of Red Dwarf.
No, they're deranged man-made machines that rebelled against mankind and became killing machines. They were battle droids that rebelled against humanity and buggered off into space. And then they dedicated themselves to wiping out humanity.
Right. Okay.
In the books, they're referred to as agonoids. They're meant to be exceptionally excellent killers, though in the show they are kind of a joke. I mean, not all of them. Some of them are much tougher than others. There's a great, the scene at the end of this, you know, is pretty brilliant. They are still robots at the end. So Crichton says, this is one of the better lines as well. He goes, they're not androids, sir. They're simulants. Cat says, what's the difference? He says, well, the basic difference, sir, is that an android would never rip off a human's head and spit down his neck.
I love the descriptions. I love the descriptions.
I mean, it's precise, to the point, eloquent.
Yes, absolutely. Now, here's a weird one again, where they've done a thing where Holly's turning her head to face Lister. They brought that back from Series 1 for some reason. Like, okay. But anyway, Lister says, can't we stop it whole? She says, no, one-way process. Says, can't we find out who's inside by x-raying the pod? No, lead lining. Has to survive in space. Says, there must be some way. She goes, oh, there is. All you have to do is hang around here for 24 hours. Then if you suddenly turn around and find your limbs are scattered around deep space and your necks are full of saliva, you can take it as read. It probably wasn't Babs.
I love the way she says Babs, though.
I know, yeah. Kat says, why not tool up with bazookoids, wait for the pod to open, and if it's one of these badass android dudes, let it eat laser. Crichton says, and it's almost, I was waiting for Crichton to do one of those like canned Series 6 jokes where it's like an excellent suggestion, sir, with just 2 flaws, you know, like which we get a lot of in later series. He goes, simulants are almost indestructible, sir. It could easily withstand a volley of bazookoid fire at close range. It would certainly survive long enough to make balloon animals out of your lower intestines. Rimmer says, well, I see no other option. Let's blast it into space. Lister says, say, isn't a simulant. We can't just shoot an innocent woman into space. The cat says, what a dilemma. Inside that pod is either death or a date. Personally, I'm prepared to take the risk. Meanwhile, the pod is defrosting. We still haven't decided what to do. Holly says, here's a possibility. The black box contains the coordinates of the penal colony the prison ship was heading for. There are bound to be facilities there to contain any hostile form. Fucking competent Holly here. Says, if it turns out to be Bellini, we release her. If it's the simulant, we bung him in a cell and leave him to rot. If the colony's still there, and if it's still operational, says Rimmer. Crichton says, there's an old android saying, which I believe is particularly relevant here. It goes like this. If you don't go sub a program loop, you'll never get a subroutine. Lister says, we have a human saying that means the same thing. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Crichton says, I think the android one is punchier.
Street.
So they're in Starbug. Close quarters now. Lister's still, I told you it wouldn't be 10 minutes. Lister is still beside him with his swollen head. Cat says, do you have to sit up here? He goes, it's warmer in the front. Seems to help my gunge. Ugh. Cat says, I can't see anything. Your head keeps getting in the way of the mirror. In fact, your head keeps getting in the way of the windscreen. From the rear section, we hear next. Now this one. And of course, Rimmer is showing Crichton his slides. Says, we reached, and he's wearing like lederhosen. And oh, Jesus Christ. Hologrammatic lederhosen. Fuck my life. We reached this beauty on the evening of the 4th day. The Cameron Macintosh 45 air-cooled diesel, the 184. It's almost identical to the 179. But have you noticed the difference? Can you see the refinement in the funnel edgings? Old school Rimmer back for a moment here. Right. He says, I thought we're never going to get another chance to see one of these, so we bivouacked down under the fuel pump for the night. There's a funny story about that, which I'll tell you later, but we're not going to get to any of the Class 5s unless we push along. Oh, God, yeah. Crichton, look at his face. He goes, sir, can we take a break for a while? My intelligence circuits appear to have melted.
I'm going to use that at next company meetings. That exact face. I'm just gonna print a picture of it.
What was that bleep? I held my finger on the shift key for too long and it brought up a thing.
Yeah,
I thought it was
just cancel out of it. It's silly
bullshit. I did. Sorry, it's because I was preparing to move forward incrementally with the shift key. So there we go. Anyway, right at that moment, no, not quite. He goes, well, we're never going to get through all of them if we have a second break. Crichton says, sir, that's a gamble I'm willing to take. Then we hear a gigantic, soggy explosion. Like a...
Yep.
I don't know how I did that, but I did it. In fact, that's almost exactly the noise, too. And the cat walks out, covered in yellow gunge, and goes, oh, my God.
Oh, my
His head burst.
Gunge.
Out comes Lister with a big smile on his face and goes, oh man, that is so much better. I feel great. Talk about a weight off your mind.
Oh god.
And the cat, I know, it's disgusting, right? It's like custard and bits of pineapple and golden syrup and
yeah. That's what it is. Yeah,
it's fruit salad. That's all it is. That's all it is, buddy. But the cat says, "I don't want to live. Someone please shoot me in the head." But there you go. All right, guys, it's safe to eat now.
Indeed.
So they arrive at
give
the
it another
penal
2
colony.
minutes.
Yeah. So they arrive at the penal colony, and Holly's voice changes, and deep voice comes in and goes, "Welcome to Justice World. Please state your clearance code, blah, 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 blah." Says, "We're not a prison ship. We don't have a clearance code. We just want to use your facilities." It says, "State life form inventory." Rimmer says, 4, 1 hologram, 1 mechanoid, 2 humanoid. It says, "Transfer ship Navicom to my jurisdiction." Lister flips a switch. They fly in, and they land, and they walk out into what is designated the neutral area. Until you are granted a clearance code, please observe all security requirements. Your party will be met by a consignment of escort boots. This is funny as fuck.
Yeah,
you get these boots that bolt you into them and trap your
themselves over to you.
Yeah, that's right. They get trapped in these boots, and then the boots start moving them for them. So I'm trying not to play too much because the BBC is a shithead. I'm just trying to get to the point. Kat says, "I'm supposed to wear these. They look like Frankenstein's hand-me-downs. You got anything with a Cuban heel or a crepe sole?" Rimmer says, "I can't use these. I'm a hologram. That has been accounted for," says the voice.
Mm-hmm.
Now what? And the boots light up, and they all just trundle off like fucking the cat is crazy.
Silly walks, man.
Yeah. That's exactly it. All right, so they end up being led into this area where each one of them is given this light shines on them, and Crichton says, "Relax, sir. It's just a mind probe," which he says in that exact inflection. Yes, he did bust a giant zit. Basically, that's what you're supposed to be seeing is pus and blood and gore.
Unlike the last episode where Crichton was going to bust a nut over a vacuum cleaner.
There we go. Anyway, Lister says, "What's a mind probe?" Which is absurd, really. It should be self-evident, shouldn't it? It says the computer was merely searching our minds, presumably for any evidence of criminal activity. And Lister freaks out and goes, "What do you mean criminal activity?" He goes, "Oh, I shouldn't worry, sir. It's just a routine clearance program." And he goes, "Well, so when you say criminal activity, well, what do you mean? How criminal do you mean by criminal?" Rimmer goes, "What are you bleating on about, Lister?" He goes, "Just define criminal activity for me." He goes, "Well, imagine a situation where someone had committed a crime and concealed it from the law. The mind probe would be able to uncover that crime and sentence the person accordingly." And, basically Lister starts panicking. He goes, "Why didn't anybody tell me this before I put the smegging boots on?" And Rimmer, now remember this.
Yep.
Rimmer goes, "Oh, Listy. Oh, is that a small sewage plant you're carrying in your trousers? Or do I detect you're a tad concerned?" Now keep that smugness in mind, okay?
Yeah, I was gonna say perfect Chris Barry smug face.
Yes, indeed. Lister says, "Well, everyone's done something in their past that's a little bit illegal." Rimmer says, "I haven't. I've never so much as got a parking fine." Lister's like, "Yeah, but most people, most are smegging hell." And the cat asked what he did. He goes, "Well, like we used to go scrumping, like when I was a kid back in Liverpool, we used to all go scrumping." And Crichton's like, "Stealing apples is hardly a crime." And he goes, "Yeah, but me and my mates, we went scrumping for cars." He goes, "Did you get caught?" "All the time. I was stupid." He goes, "Well, then that's no problem then. You served your punishment." He goes, "Yeah, but I did other stuff as a kid, stuff I didn't get caught for." It's like what? "Well, there's this one time at a hotel." And Crichton says, "Oh, lots of people steal towels from hotels, sir." He goes, "I took the bed." He goes, "Winched it out the window to my mate outside. I was renting this flat. It was unfurnished." Rimmer says, so he went to a hotel and stole the bed. Because I stole the entire room, actually. Armchair, dressing table, carpet, even the fitted wardrobe. The only thing I didn't take were the towels. I'm not proud of it. He goes, absolutely despicable. You're a common thief, Lister. He goes, I'm not making excuses, but everyone was doing it. I wasn't strong enough to go against the flow. Cat says, well, I wouldn't like to be in your boots right now, buddy. Lister's like, well, what's going to happen to me? And Crichton says, I wouldn't worry about it, sir. I'm sure they're not interested in a minor misdemeanor you committed as an adolescent over 3 million years ago. Lister says, seriously, Crichton, you reckon? Crichton says, boy, I'm really getting the hang of this lie mode. That was totally convincing, wasn't it?
Yes. Big.
So they're getting well, not sentenced, judged, yeah. Justice comes in and says, the mechanoid Crichton clearance granted. You are free to go about the complex. So his boots come off and he is freed to go. The creature known as Cat, clearance granted. Which is weird because the cat went around spraying everything and saying it was his. But I guess, he doesn't feel bad about it or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's ultimately what we find out is this is a guilt.
Well, if you're a cat, everything is yours.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so the cat's boots release him and he spins around, does his wow, yeah, wow, but and then he turns to Lister and says, don't worry, buddy. I hear they do great bread and water here. Justice chimes back in, says the human known as Lister, despite a number of petty criminal acts, clearance granted. So Lister sighs as the boots release him and he walks off. And last yet, Rimmer, who
and here we go
there,
with the biggest law break.
Smashed like this, big smile ever. He goes, the hologram known as Rimmer. And he goes, come on, get on with it. He goes, the hologram known as Rimmer, guilty of second-degree murder. 1,167 counts. Yes, as opposed to 169.
Yeah.
1,167 counts. Rimmer says, oh, there must be some mistake, surely. Says each count carries a statutory penalty of 8 years penal servitude. In the light of your hologrammatic status, these sentences are to be served consecutively, making a total sentence of 9,328 years. Because I've never so much as returned a library book late. Second degree murder, 1,000 people. I would have remembered.
And this is the callback to the first episode.
Exactly. It says your willful negligence in failing to reseal a drive plate resulted in the deaths of the entire crew of the Jupiter Mining Corporation vessel, the Red Dwarf. He goes, oh, that.
Oh, that.
Sentence to commence immediately. And so Rimmer is carted off by the boots. And the voice comes in and tells him, you are now leaving the neutral area and entering the justice zone. Beyond this point, it is impossible to commit any act of injustice. So this is a great episode. I love this episode.
Oh, yeah.
It's so funny the way that I can't do justice to the delivery. You have to watch it. I do my best, but I can only do so much. Anyway, in the Rimmer's prison cell, as his hologram is now wearing a suit covered in arrows, of course, including a hat, like a fucking prison from the 1920s or something. Lister walks in, says, hi, killer. It's brilliant, isn't it? Because Rimmer's so fucking sure that he's squeaky clean. Mm-hmm. And he's mocking Lister, and then it turns out that he's guilty of 1,000 murders. But anyway, second-degree murders. But there you go. Right. So he goes, 9,000 years. 9. As if I always found that funny because it's like, it's the 9 that bothers him.
Yeah, not the 1,000.
Goes, I brought you a book. Tosses it on the bed. He says, oh, thanks. That should help the centuries fly past.
Right.
Plus, it's a physical book. How can he read it? Unless he's got a physical. Has he got a physical
It has
presence
been
here? No, he's
accounted
still a
for.
hologram.
Yeah.
It has been accounted for. Well, then how could Lister touch it? That's fucking weird.
Well, I mean,
Whatever.
I think it's an actual solid book, but then therein lies kind of the joke as well too, because it's like, even if he means well,
it's useless. Yeah. He goes, look, don't panic, man. We're gonna get you out of here. He goes, why bother? I'll be up for a poll in a couple of ice ages. Crichton reckons. Hang on. That's my cat.
Yeah.
Can you give me a second? She should not be outside at this hour. Just a second.
Indeed.
Hold over.
Indeed. There's wild dogs about. But I don't know. Do you have any insights into this, Rhoda, since you are the most knowledgeable of the series in general?
Well, I think when they say his hologrammatic status has been accounted for, that does kind of mean like the environment may be slightly augmented. So perhaps he does have something of a physical presence in this environment, a bit like a human can use a holodeck on Star Trek.
Okay.
Like it kind of like a reverse holodeck.
Right.
Well, Kedda hole.
Right. Well, nothing else. It's accounted for his attire. So maybe maybe the holographic technology is a fairly standardized thing. It would have to be.
Have you noticed how his H is a bit wonky in this shot?
A little bit.
I'm up for the Star Trek explanation because, the holodeck in Star Trek is confusing until they kind of explain it. So,
well, I know something that I'm purposely not saying because I don't want to give spoilers.
Right. Good enough. Good enough. But yeah, it is an interesting turn of events, though. But it kind of speaks to those aspects of the characters where Lister really doesn't have much guilt, to begin with, and
Rimmer is a bit like he can touch himself. That's kind of it.
Right. Yeah, more or less. Yeah. So anyway, sorry about that. My cat should not be out at like 1 o'clock in the fucking morning because
there's wild dogs.
Yeah, there's feral dogs. There's rats. She actually got bit once and like spent a week with a cone around her neck and stuff like that. It's pretty bad. Yeah, we had to put. It was pretty nasty, but she's all right. Anyway, she's fine. But she should not have been left out that fucking late.
No,
bloody didn't. Fucks me off. Actually, I keep telling them every day, get the cat in by 9. Anyway, whatever. Anyway, you guys cool?
Yeah.
TJ Steve, a bit like he can touch himself. Yeah. If they have a physical copy of the book, they can provide a holographic one. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Jeremiah Maxwell says gazpacho soup. Indeed. Is there anything else coming? No. All right. That's cool. Anyway, if we get 20 more memberships, we can do another stream where we'll play Jackbox, by the way. So just FYI. Cracking on then. So Crichton says that Rimmer's got the right to appeal. He's trying to get a case together. Lister says it's not a bad place for a prison. How come there are no locks or bars or anything? He says there doesn't need to be. The whole prison is covered by something called the justice field. Rimmer had to sit through this lecture. Fuck, I've ruined it. He says apparently it's physically impossible to commit any kind of crime here. Lister says, what do you mean? He goes, try and commit a crime and you'll see. And this is a fucker to choose, by the way. Like, this is Rimmer's revenge, obviously. Rimmer goes, I don't know, anything. Arson. Try and set fire to those blankets. Lister goes, He goes, just try it. So Lister crosses over to the blankets, takes his Zippo out and holds the flame under the blanket. The blanket doesn't ignite, but Lister's back ignites instead. His back's on fire. His arse actually is on fire.
Yep.
And so he has to, rush to put it out, slapping himself around and stuff like that. Whatever. So he takes his jacket off, throws it on the ground, jumps up and down on it. And Rimmer says, whatever crime you try to commit, the consequences happen to you. He's like, nice example, Rimmer. You couldn't have just explained that to me verbally. I've done it again.
Verbally.
He goes, verbally? Yeah. He goes, same with stealing, same with anything. So what? If you nick something yours goes missing. Rimmer says, right, try it. Lister looks around and then goes, No.
No.
You see, it's the perfect system. It forces the inmates to adhere to the law. And when they get out, it's become second nature. It's actually kind of elegant.
Actually quite good as a concept.
I mean, certainly with the case of Charlie Kirk, it would have been quite satisfying if that dickhead had shot that gun and then ended up with a bullet in his own fucking throat, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Anyway, hello, Adam Juman has been listening. Appreciate you. So there we go. Now, let's see. Crichton comes in. It says the Justice Computer has sanctioned a retrial. I think we have a very strong case. Crichton says, it's a question of differentiating between guilt and culpability, sir. With the mind probe detected was your own sense of guilt about the accident in a way you tried and convicted yourself. Sorry. I simply have to establish that you're a neurotic, underachieving, emotional retard. Whose ambition far outstrips his minuscule abilities and who consequently blames himself for an accident for which he could not possibly have been responsible. He goes,
Thank you. You have described the entire character of Rimmer just now. The entire character up to this point just now.
Exactly. in one sentence, pretty much. Yeah. A neurotic, underachieving, emotional retard whose ambition far outstrips his minuscule abilities and who consequently blames himself for an accident which he could not possibly have been responsible. It's interesting, though, because he's never shown a smeg of guilt. Ever.
Yeah, well,
in his subconscious,
isn't that?
Deep down, he's neurotic as fuck.
Maybe part from in Better Life.
Yeah,
maybe
we've mentioned this before
when we discussed.
Well, yes, indeed. This is the continuation of the Better Than Life arc. He can't let nice things happen to him because he's so broken. Yeah. And that because that's been established so thoroughly in the first 2 seasons, we see this naturally occurring and being entirely possible. Because he is all those
on
things.
The surface is projection and just bluster deflecting what's actually going on the inside.
True. So Rimmer says, you're going to try and prove that I was innocent of negligence on the grounds that I'm a half-witted incompetent. Kat says, man, there ain't a jury in the land that won't buy a plea like that. Crichton says, not a half-wit exactly, but more of a buffoon. And Rimmer thinks about it, and he's actually quite impressed. He goes, right, I see. But how would you even begin to build such a case? How would you conjure up the evidence? And Crichton says, well, sir, providing I can have completely free access to your personal data files, I think I can come up with the outline of a winning case by lunchtime.
You don't need much.
That's right.
No. So there we go. Back to the Justice Judgment region, whatever it is. Lister and the cat are staring on. Lister's there. Rimmer's there with all his medals and shit and looking like a smug prick again. Crichton is now his lawyer and is acting on his behalf. And Crichton says, the mind probe was created to detect guilt. Yet in the case of Arnold Judas Rimmer, told you, the guilt it detected attaches to no crime. He held a position of little or no authority on Red Dwarf. He was a lowly grease monkey, a nothing. A piece of sputum floating along in the toilet bowl of life. Rimmer's outraged, of course.
Objection!
Objection! Yeah, well, we'll get there. At first, he's like, what? Anyway, Crichton says, yet he could never come to terms with a lifetime of underachievement. His absurdly inflated ego would never permit it. He's like the security guard on the front gate who considers himself head of the corporation. It's brilliant,
Man,
right?
that is brutal.
This is the ultimate dressing down of Rimmer. And it only gets worse. Every Rimmer-focused episode does more and more brutal damage to this this impression of himself. Yeah.
In many ways, like these community managers that act as though they're the ones who actually run gaming companies.
Exactly.
But it's like it's presented so well. That's why I love British humor, by the way. I've said that before, because the way you can quote something like this in words, the insult and just the brutal takedown that nobody can recover from.
There's no English like British English.
Absolutely. There is no, well, there is no understandable English like British English because you can go into some obscure territories.
we are the best at like talking and shit, innit?
We're probably the best shit talkers in the world, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Americans don't understand etymology enough to.
Also, as someone who like, it's pointless to explain this to people such as yourselves because you are native English speakers, but learning enough English to be able to converse freely, like I do, even though I do have some business English in me because that's what I work. Sure. Going above that, going after the like international sea levels and stuff like that will allow you to converse freely without any interference. Going to beyond English to literary English, like my sister, that's when you go into like
you get
web,
words like,
deep web.
Like calling someone a blithering idiot, for example.
Basically,
it's not like
I'm
a word
gruntled. By the way, I'm gruntled. I never knew gruntled existed. I knew disgruntled.
Disgruntled, no, but gruntled. Yeah.
My sister finished Gresham at the UK, and then she finished her university degree here, both with major in English. And the things that she taught me, I was like, "What are you speaking?" I'm able to go and converse with business people here, and with my level of English and your level of English is like, what are you speaking? Are you trying to summon something? It's so weird.
That's pretty good, though. You know that's not bad. I think you've got a knack for it, man.
No, because everyone English is the is like one of the easiest and most approachable languages to learn, and it's so universal that everyone speaks it, and it's so easy to learn. Like it's so seamless to learn it to a certain level, and after that it's like you're going to like raising the difficulty by 5 levels.
You're on your own, buddy.
English is like the piano of languages. It's like anyone can play it, but not everyone can master it.
Okay, that's a great comparison, by the way.
Gen Z and Gen Alpha are all too shining example of
there are at least, let's say, 25,000 words in the English language that will disappear in 2 generations if people don't preserve them. This is why I actually speak the way I do, because my mum went to grammar school, and that was a big deal from where she was from, like a fucking council estate in East London or somewhere. No, she was from Southall, actually. But basically, yeah. And so for someone like that, getting to go to grammar school meant you had to be bloody clever and do very well in school. And then she went on to become a medical secretary, of course, with an incredibly vast vocabulary. And she was a complete grammar Nazi too. So she would never let me get away with mispronouncing something or misphrasing something. To the extent that I rolled my eyes at her almost every day a few times, but then I'm in the position now where I can speak very eloquently when I have to, and I'm grateful, probably more grateful for that than most things in my life, actually. So I get exactly what you are trying to say, and succeeding spectacularly at saying, by the way. But I know what you mean. Like English has another level, a decorative level of evocative language that you only get from like old literature.
Yeah.
You'll learn words that you would never have ever like there are some. I try to think, like the word infinitesimal, for example. I never knew until I started reading lots of books, and then I discovered that, and that just means infinitely small.
Mm-hmm.
Infinitesimal. Infinitesimal
with a C, with a C.
No, an S. It seems like it should have a C, but it's no. Infinitesimal. Yeah. It means unimaginably tiny.
Yeah, infinite. Yeah, infinitely small.
Decimal,
yeah, all right. Yeah. I connected with like decimal. The
you can see where it comes from. Yeah, because decimal is intense. You know. Whoops.
Oh no.
I killed him. Oh no.
He's not infinitesimal. He's
become infinitesimal. Yeah. All right.
He's become an itty bitty teeny weeny little robot.
Where is he? He's a nano machine. All right. We'll have to crack on anyway. It was an interesting conversation though, and I'd like to continue with him another time. We need to press on though.
Yeah, we need to get on. I've got loads and loads to add to that because of the nature of my work, but for another time.
And he's back.
He's back. Anyway, what the?
Oh, kitty.
Oh, the cat. Right, was it the cat?
The cat did it.
Basically,
The cat did it.
Yep.
Started pushing the buttons.
The cat pushed the
He
buttons.
started eating my headphones cable. Because again, he's crazy. Like he's back to normal, and now he's back to
Crack on then. Right, gotcha, Jeremiah. Let's do it.
On y va.
Anyway, so his absurdly inflated ego would never permit it. He's like the security guard on the front gate who considers himself the head of the corporation. So when the crew were wiped out by a nuclear accident, Arnold Rimmer accepted the blame. It was his ship, ergo his fault. I asked the court, look at this man. This man who sat and failed his astronavigation exam on no less than 13 occasions, twice more than before. This sad man, this pathetic man, this joke of a man. Rimmer says, Crichton, you're going over the top. The computer will never buy it. Crichton says, trust me, sir. My whole case hinges on proving you're a dork. He says, understood. He goes, I call my first witness. Lister arrives, and are we there yet? No. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah. He says name, Dave Lister. He goes occupation. Sort of thinks about it and goes bum.
Bum.
Except in his accent, he goes boom.
Boom.
He goes. Would you describe the accused as a friend? The cat shouts, take the fifth.
What is it? No,
The Fifth
I
Amendment.
describe the accused as a git.
As a git, yeah.
Yes.
It says, answer the question, please. Remember, you're under polygraphic surveillance. Would you describe the accused as a friend? He goes, no, I describe the accused as a git. He goes, who would you say then is the person who thinks of him most fondly? Thinks about it and answers, probably me. Yeah. He goes, and there are no others who've shared moments of intimacy with him. Well, only one, but she's got a puncture. He goes, objection, overruled. So you wouldn't describe him as a man with a good social life? Lister says he partied less than Rudolf Hess. He's totally dedicated to his career. He was in charge of Z Shift, and it occupied his every waking moment. Now that's from the books where they've retconned it. So actually, like, he was in charge of several technicians instead of just Lister. But whatever. He goes, and what was Z Shift's most important duty? He goes, well, we had lots of responsibilities around the ship, but I suppose our most vital responsibility was making sure the vending machines didn't run out of fun-sized munchie bars. Goes, can you envisage a situation where the lack of honeycomb-centered chocolate bars might be the direct cause of a lethal radiation leak? And he goes, not off the top of my head, no. Because I asked the court, I'm trying to catch up with my reading, you know. Yep. He goes, I must ask the court one key question. Would the Space Corps have allowed this man ever to be in a position where he might endanger the ship? A man so petty and small-minded, he would while away his evenings sewing name labels onto his ship-issued condoms. A man of such awesome stupidity. And then Rimmer goes, objection! Objection overruled. A man of such awesome stupidity, he even objects to his own defense counsel. An overzealous, trumped-up little squirt. Objection overruled. An incompetent vending machine repairman with a Napoleon complex who commanded as much respect and affection from his fellow crew members as Long John Silver's parrot. Objection! Because if you object to your own counsel once more, Mr. Rimmer, you'll be in contempt. Crichton says, it's the strangest fucking line ever in a minute. He goes, who would put this man, this joke of a man, a man who couldn't outwit a used teabag, in a position of authority where he could wipe out the entire crew? Who? Only a yogurt. Don't know why he says it. Why it's a yogurt? I don't know. He goes, "This man is not guilty of manslaughter. He is only guilty of being Arnold J. Rimmer. That is his crime. It is also his punishment." Defense rests.
Home fucking run.
Yeah. So there we go.
Absolutely demolished. There is no
Destroyed.
amount of aloe vera
Atom
on earth. Absolutely.
No worse insult that has ever come from anyone
He
to
is feeling
anyone in the history of the
infinitesimal.
world. Yeah, now that is some infinitesimal fucking ball energy that Rimmer's got right now.
Absolutely demolished.
T-Jab Steve for 2 says for Law, since she's not here, dork is a penis. Is that true?
Yeah,
I've never actually known what a dork meant. Really?
Yeah.
So that means penis.
Yep. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
there you
One of the
I
many.
did not know that
There's
either.
many words. For
Whoa,
penis,
Ed
but,
and Eddie just got a whole lot of interesting.
There you go.
Well-
You see, you can have like a 25,000 word vocabulary and still find out something new every day. There you go.
If you ever watch Heavy Metal, when John Candy goes from being the nerd to like being like the hulked up, jacked up dude, he talks about standing there with his dork hanging out. He's specific.
Oh yeah. Actually, there's another movie reference too. I'm sort of halfway in my brain, and I can't think what it is, where someone refers to his dick as a dork. I always thought he said stalk, because like
like the show Ed and Eddie just.
There you go, dork. There we
go. Completely always.
Anyway, Justice chimes back in and says, and thank you, by the way, T-Jab Steve, for the $2. Says, in the view of your counsel's eloquent defense, together with the reams of material evidence he submitted on computer card, this court accepts that, in your case, the mind probe is not adequate. Is not an adequate method of assessing guilt. It is not possible for you to have committed the crimes for which you blame yourself, and you may therefore go free. And Rimmer says, objection. So, sir, he says, sir, what are you objecting to? He says, I want an apology. So there we go. Back on the ship, Rimmer says, and this is great. We're near the end now, but this is still, it's just another home run, scene to scene. There's no bad fucking, no lag at all. Just perfect the whole time. Brilliant, Crichton. What can I say? You were brilliant. You even had me believing it. The way you twisted the facts to make them seem to fit that pattern. And the cat says,
he's
can't
own
wrap
little
his
mind.
head around it.
No, he's like delusion.
You will never ever get to him ever.
Yep.
He's like a leftist, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was what I was gonna say.
Precisely.
He's just like a Karen leftist.
He's like a fucking serious left-heart. Yeah.
This episode is also really good with everybody getting character moments and actually having a good bit of screen time.
There's a fair amount of like equality in it. Yeah. Crichton gets the most, and Rimmer gets a lot. But Crichton gets the most in this Rimmer-centric episode. But the cat gets a couple of genius moments too. The beginning was great. And what's coming up at the end as well is so fucking brilliant. Cat says, come on, let's get out of here. I don't know what made us want to come to this hellhole in the first place. Lister says, I do. The pod is empty. Cat says, oh, can I smell perfume? And you hear, I doubt it, from the simulant. Lister grabs a bazookoid and starts backing out. He lurches over to the cat and says, cat says, are you by any chance Barbara Bellini? I didn't think so. So yeah, they do indeed have a murderous simulant on their hands. Cat's run as they run off. He's going to think I caressed his pod. Yeah.
Oh man.
They run over and sprint back into the justice system. The simulant chases them. The escort boots come along and he blows them off and smiles. They run through into the justice field. and are followed by the simulant. And from this point on, you can more or less predict exactly what's going to happen, but it's still going to be funny as fuck. So
yeah, this is where we translate from wit into physical comedy, which Red
Dwarf
Dwarf does so well.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why this is also a good episode, because you get everything.
There we go.
Yeah.
So as they are, they make their way into this darkened area, and they're all sort of sneaking around and hiding. The simulant starts walking along the gantry, and he goes, "Hey, my friends, I don't want any trouble. I just want your spacecraft. Give me the startup code. Look," and he holds up his gun. "I have no weapon," and throws it aside. Lister and Rimmer are watching him. Rimmer says, "What are you waiting for? Gloop him." He says, "I can't. He's not armed." Because Lister, this isn't a scout meeting. We're not trying to win the best behaved troop flag. Gloop him. He goes, "What? In the back?" He goes, "Yes, of course, in the back. It's only a pity he's awake."
and there's the ultimate difference between Rimmer and Lister.
Yeah. Lister's got class.
I mean, you would never
despite
shoot
being a
an
bum
unarmed man.
in the back.
You might punch one, but you wouldn't shoot one.
Yeah. Lister's got
anyone who does is
Lister's got honor. This is the thing that differentiates Lister. This is the reason that you can have a character like Lister and have him carry his weight of the show, because he's the main character, arguably, or the mainest.
He's the agency for the audience.
Yeah, it's a very strange situation where, like, the story is essentially about Lister, but Rimmer
he's almost never at the center
of
the
main character.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
Very
when you have
cleverly
a partner character which is so outrageous that he outshines the supposed main character. That's happening with a lot of shows. The Big Bang Theory is a perfect example of that, by the way. It was never about Sheldon.
Character upstages the main.
Because Leonard in The Big Bang Theory is supposed to be the main character, but Sheldon is so outrageous, and his character is so outrageous, and he evolves into even more outrageous that he outshines it, and that's why Sheldon had that separate show.
Yeah, because Sheldon was insufferable in the first. I stopped watching because I just could not be bothered with Sheldon, but then somehow I ended up going back to it. I went back to it, and he became more and more likable until eventually,
Yeah,
I guess I enjoy the show for what it is.
That's
Anyway,
the same thing here.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, the secondary character has totally stolen the focus.
Yeah, a bit like Barney and How I Met Your Mother. Completely.
Yeah, very much so.
True. Same thing. Same thing. Yeah.
It's like the secondary character is there so that you feel like the main character is permanently going, "Do you see what I have to put up with?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why it works. It's a great way to do things.
Yeah.
Anyway,
even though he is a comedic character, he's kind of the straight man in a weird way. It's
like Laurel and Hardy, right?
Yeah.
In Laurel and Hardy, Hardy is the one who's always looking at the camera and going like, "You see?" And then Laurel is the one that you laugh at. So it's kind of the same basic model, actually. Interesting theories.
Don't break it if it ain't fixed.
Exactly. Opposites attract, and people love to watch them in dynamism. So anyway, Lister says, "You mean you could happily kill him if he was asleep?" Rimmer says, "I could happily kill him if he was on the job." which means fucking, Gloop him. Lister says, "It's immoral." He goes, the simulant says, you get a great shot of Rimmer's face there, by the way. That would have been great for the thumbnail if I'd thought of it. But there you go. So there you go. The simulant says, "Come on, you wouldn't shoot an unarmed droid. Get out and let's discuss it." And he's like, I'm trying to do a semblance of his performance, but because that's how it's delivered. Like he's clearly half broken, this simulant, It's a much bigger threat than the Hudson was, by the way. The Hudson was meant to be a mechanoid, but just an insane one. Whereas this is a simulant. They're battle droids, So anyway, Lister puts his gun down, says he's going to go talk to him. Sorry. Lister stands on the gangway and meets with the simulant. Says, "You want to talk? Let's talk." Simulant says, "You have no weapon?" He goes, "No." "You have no weapon?" He says, "No." So they walk towards each other. Good shot of Lister, by the way, there. You sort of get a real sort of perspective of how far he's come as a character too.
Yeah.
Like
and how
he's
far
not
Craig
just
Charles has come as an actor.
like he genuinely is Dave Lister space adventurer now, you know. And Craig Charles is an actor too, yes, because beforehand he was a comedy poet, you know, and never acted. So there you go. Not that I think Craig Charles was ever bad, to be honest.
No,
it's just at this point
not
in
at
time.
all. It's just it's deeper. It's more complex, and you can literally see it on his face.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
yes, his expressions are much more serious now. He can carry a scene, you know.
Yeah. It's like you know, it's like anything. The more you do something, you pick up on these little things, and they just, you know, success builds upon success. You know, I know you know, us as content creators, you should go back and you look at any of the stuff that you did, say, you know, 6 months or a year.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
It's just
I can't stand watching the early stuff on this channel. Even the early episodes of this, I'm so wooden and nervous, you know.
Right.
It's funny.
Right.
Anyway,
sometimes I listen to like demos that I made when I was a teenager, and I think that's actually more interesting than the shit I'm writing now.
yeah, I mean, I looked at some of my old student films and go like, this is fucking dog shit, but I had good ideas.
Right. You just couldn't execute
Yeah, because
them.
you were more free of ideas, and you like
now I don't have time for ideas.
Experience. Yeah.
Now I can. I'm a much better editor with a much better wealth of knowledge and experience, and I'm much faster, and I've learned multiple different programs, but I don't have time for ideas.
Yeah.
So there's that. But anyway, so the simulant walks up as they approach each other. The simulant says, "Guess what? I lied." Pulls out a knife. Lister says, "Guess what? So did I." And
Bang,
slams
bang.
a pipe.
With the pipe.
Yeah.
Always with the pipe, you know.
Yeah, got himself a lead pipe. And the simulant says,
I say we get out there and twat it. Paulie.
Yeah. And the simulant says, "But I lied twice." Pulls out a handgun. And Lister just goes, I didn't think of that. He goes, "I'm very glad you didn't." So Lister says, "What do you want to talk about?" He goes, "Your death." Cocks the guard and says, "Your imminent death." And so he shoots Lister.
Yeah.
Now Lister looks down at his chest, and of course, there's no wound at all. They're in the justice field. Simulant fires again, still no wound, and again, no wound at all. Suddenly, 3 bullet wounds appear on the simulant's chest.
Yeah. And
Staggers forwards, bewildered, you know, huh?
What I love about this is because we saw references. Obviously, the polymorph is a reference to aliens, and if you notice, his blood, much like Bishop, is white. You know, so simulants are kind of, you know, there's a reference there to aliens in that regard as well.
Yeah.
Right. The other thing I want to point out is that it's the justice field, the consequence of the justice field, because the gun wouldn't actually pierce the simulant's armor. So the reason that the simulant's armor has been pierced is because he has to suffer the consequence of the crime that he's trying to commit.
Right. Absolutely right. Exactly right. Very good point. Also, by the way, just as a snapshot, this is the same show that we were watching series 1 of. Remember what series 1 looked like?
Gray on gray.
Gray. Very light, very low contrast gray and gray, with the only color being Lister's Hawaiian shirts, you know. And now we've got this. So
a lot of
I mean, this episode is incredible. It's I mean,
It's the first time they've really done
about it
something.
because I'm such a series 3 fanatic. I'd completely forgotten about it until we were
I always
covering
forget
it.
this is in series 4 and not series 5. So, you know.
Up until this point, series 4 is better for me than series 3. By the way, like I watched the first episode as well, and I absolutely loved it.
It's technically
Especially-
better. It's just that series 3 is the one that made me fall in love with the show. So it's like
understandable, yeah.
rose-tinted
Everybody's
nostalgia
got their
shit.
first love, yeah. Of course.
Yeah, but
It's the same as having your favorite doctor and that
Right.
being massively influenced from when you started watching the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, so the simulant lurches forward. Oops, cut forward a little bit there. Lister cracks him on the fucking head with his pipe because he hasn't figured it out yet either. Because Lister is still a bit of a dumbass, you know.
Yeah,
And,
Lister's not as quick as me.
No. Almost any of us would have worked out what happened immediately, but it's Lister. He's not as bright as some.
It's also a comedy, so what the fuck?
Yeah, you've got to do it. So
you
Lister's
have to have something.
like, what the smeg is going on? Simulant looks at his gun and throws it, pulls out his dagger and throws it at Lister, only for it to appear in his own chest, which again would never pierce his armor, but because the Justice Field forces the atoms to adhere to its rules, you know. So there you go. He pulls it out. And this time throws it at Lister's head. And of course, it now is lodged between his eyes. So now he's really fucked up. So he starts going, zzz, zzz, does not compute, zzz, error, zzz, malfunction. And Lister finds this sort of pot or something. I'm not really quite sure what it is, like some sort of ceramic bottle or whatever. And he goes, here, mate,
why is it there?
hit me on the head with this. And he goes, malfunction, and tries to hit Lister, only for the damage to be visited upon him. Gives him another one, smashes another one, and another one. He just keeps just keeps finding him. Why are they here? Why are they on this gantry? Fuck it. Someone's handing them to him off camera, obviously, but funny anyway. So there we go. Bang. He keeps getting more. He puts his hands around his throat, tells him to choke him, only for him to start choking, which should be impossible, I suppose, for a robot.
Yeah, but again, it's consequences.
Yeah. Of course, yeah, of course. It should be impossible for a robot, but it is consequence. Exactly,
Yep.
yes. I thought he kicked him in the balls at one point, but I guess not. I think that was in the original script, but maybe it was cut out.
I'm sure I've seen that.
Yeah. Anyway,
maybe it's a different battle with a different simulant later on.
yeah, maybe. But anyway, he's got him down, and the cat runs up and goes, "I got him, buddy!" And he's holding a shovel, a giant shovel. And if you looked at the thumbnail of this stream, he's got this great big fucking wide fucking steel shovel. He goes, "I've got him, buddy. Leave him to me." He goes, "Cat, no." He goes, "Better late than never." Spits on it and bollocks him in the head with it as hard as he fucking can, only to rise back up to his feet and start laughing maniacally, going as he keels over himself. Starts laughing triumphantly, only for him to just disappear. Bonk, you know, down he goes.
You know what? I'm going to call it this playthrough. This episode is my favorite so far.
I think so, yeah.
And it's not even one that I remembered when we said we were going to do it.
I've been low key waiting for this one the entire
I don't
time.
know. I don't know about this whole episode, but this little part of this is
I've made
best
multiple
thing ever.
references to this episode throughout our run of reviewing Red Dwarf. So I've been sort of stealth waiting for this one. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, well, I was like that with DNA.
Yeah,
particularly the Titan's brain thing.
Yeah, that's great. But this one just kills me. It just kills me over and over again.
It's
the
so
dialogue
good. It's
and the
just so
slapstick
fucking
are just top tier. You know, complete top tier. I think this is the first place clincher right now. Just that fucking laugh. I wish I could just play the clip. He just goes, there's this huge, sorry, my microphone, just this huge gong, and as the echo dies down, he goes,
Yep. That is the best. That is absolutely the best partial scene ever. Like,
I got you, buddy. Leave him to me. No, better late than never. Bang! Done. Fucking dickhead. Who's dumber than Lister? You know, the cat. So there we go. So they return home, of course, and they have this little monologue bit where Lister decides he's going to be all high and mighty about shit. And so as they're walking, he goes, "It makes you think, doesn't it? Mankind's history has been one long search for justice. That's what all the religions are about. They accept life as being basically unfair, but promise everyone will get their just desserts later. Heaven, hell, karma, reincarnation, whatever. Those guys who built the penal colony tried to give some order to the universe by creating the justice field. But when you're living in an environment where justice does exist, there's no free will. That's why in our universe, there can never be true eternal justice. Good things will happen to bad people, and bad things will happen to good people. It's the way it's got to be. Life, by its very nature, has to be cruel, unkind, and unfair," he says, as suddenly at the end of all this, he just slumps down and falls into a giant pit right there. Yep. And they all look down at him, and the cat says, getting the last line of the episode once again, by the way, and shitting on Lister for the second time in a row, the cat says, "Thank God for that." And they put the lid down on the pot and shut him in. Yep. That's the end. Glorious. 4 hours to do that. 4 fucking hours. Oh, it's good though, isn't it? It's worth it. RadART for 5 memberships. You're a fucking legend, buddy. I appreciate you so very much. I have no idea. And that's what 24 we're at now. My God, that's amazing.
Can I say something,
boys?
Yeah. Totally. Did you notice that at least in this season, at least I didn't see what we like this? It's gone. It wasn't in any of the episodes. It was in the first episode as well. Yeah, the salute.
Oh, don't worry, it's coming back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I just missed it for 3 episodes. So I was like,
mate. Series 8. Wait for Series 8.
Oh man, Series 8.
I like
Series 7 and 8 were like kind of
they're like their own little pocket.
Brilliant.
I like them all. Yeah, I like 10 and 11 and 12 too, and I like it all. I don't even hate Back to Earth. I know a lot of people do, but I don't.
But I we'll discuss that when we get there.
We probably will, yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't a fan of Back to Earth when I watched it on the telly, and I wasn't a fan of it when I got it on DVD because I'm a Red Dwarf fan.
I was a half and half fan, sort of awkward fan. Like I was trying to like it, but I acknowledged that there were some issues with it when it first broadcast. And then when I watched it again a couple of years ago, when me and my dad did the whole series, I really enjoyed it. Like I really enjoyed it, you know. And
I think the director's cut makes more sense if you watch it like as a movie rather than as 3 episodes.
Oh yeah, definitely it works better that way. But I mean, I don't know. We will have to do all of it in one show, of course.
Yeah.
So we'll have to schedule a certain way to do that. Even actually will become a lot easier.
Different, like for half of one Sunday, and then just like hit like this is WTF Back to Earth.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to do it that way. It'll be a long one too because it's 3 and there's so much to unpack. TJAP Steve has gifted 20 Grift Force memberships. My God, man!
Show them what you do.
I know, right?
I know, right? And then Noel Kerins has gifted 5
Legends.
more Will of Fans memberships. For the love of God, you people. Oh, for all of you, bugger it.
We're clapping, we're clapping, we're clapping, clapping, clapping. We're clapping, we're clapping, we're clapping. Now we stop. Let's try twisting.
In dancing to that.
I can see the weight I've gained since then. I need to lose it. It's been a fucking year. Jesus Christ. So that's 49 out of 40. Is everyone free tomorrow night? From tomorrow this time, I mean.
Yes.
No.
Ish. A little bit earlier than this, like start time today, sure.
Sure. We'll try and do it on time tomorrow.
I gotta do like
an hour earlier than today.
Yeah. 9
yeah.
o'clock Eastern US time, 2 o'clock, I think. UK time.
Yeah.
Right. Because holy crap, we're gonna have to do some Jackbox. And
or to quote Ace Ventura, or we could try it now.
Yeah, but it's 2 a.m.
How is it? Oh shit.
If I do it now, I'm fucked. My wife will kill me. Yeah, I would do it now. But we've done a 4-hour stream already, and I feel like maybe the people will understand if I say come back tomorrow. What am I doing? I did it the wrong way around. It's the fucking wrong way around. Fuck's sake. Anyway, I'm trying to do 2 things at once. Guys, are you okay if we do the Jackbox this time tomorrow? Because I think at this point, if I stay up any longer, my wife is going to eventually find out and kill me. Noel Kerins says, of course we understand. And if you have something else to do, you can always catch the VOD and, you know, watch the replay. I'll leave it public and you guys can check it out. But it's just it's got to be done now. Sorry if that's inconvenient to anyone, but
no, I'm available.
I can't be up until 5 o'clock in the morning playing Jackbox, and it will go on like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've got to work out. I said I was gonna experiment with different timings with my Monday stream anyway. So, what the fuck?
Okay, as long as you don't mind.
I'm at work until 3:30.
No.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just don't want to. What time do we start for you?
4 p.m.
Okay.
So this is like if it's the normal show today was like 5 o'clock. But I'm at least until 5:30 or 6, and I also gotta get to my content and I get to Tangent Kings on Mondays.
Right. Okay. If you can't make it, you can't make it, man. That's fine.
Yes. Otherwise,
I just want everyone to enjoy it, you know, because like I try to do as much as I can for everyone.
I will.
Who does something for me. You know? Yeah. Anyone who can make it, please come back this time tomorrow.
So we're talking your normal
time that we would start WTF live.
So like 2 p.m. my time.
2 p.m. your time. Yeah. Does that work for everybody apart from Helzo? Maybe Helzo. Yeah, we'll probably go for a couple of hours at least. So if you can make it, you know.
If I manage to end work at a reasonable time, I'll probably pop in.
Right. Okay. Cool. Great. I mean, most welcome, man. Yeah.
It's that it's fluid. My work is not like I don't end at a certain time. I end when work ends. You know.
When everything's done. Yeah.
Yeah, basically when I reach the daily goal and stuff, shit like that.
Right. Because I don't want to. I would absolutely do it now, but it's 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. And,
hold on.
And if I start that now, it's gonna be dawn by the time I get to sleep, you know. And my wife's gonna wake up and be like, "What the fucking hell were you doing?" I'll be like, you know, there's like lines and you can cross, and lines. Those babies are gonna wake up, and she's gonna need my help.
You were making the shiny girl.
Yeah, exactly. But the kid has to go. The niece has to go to school, and then the babies will be awake, and I'm not going to get any sleep anyway. So if I end this stream now, I get.
No. Family comes first, man. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the choices I have to make. So we'll do the Jackbox stream, dedicated Jackbox stream tomorrow, same time as before. You guys are fucking legends. Have some more titties. I will make another video soon.
Come here, baby. Let me show something good. Something good. Something good. Something
I didn't hear a word of that.
Say what?
Has John
You-
gone
you're
silent for
muted.
everyone else?
Yep.
It's because he didn't want to hear this.
I'm not hearing John. I am hearing Helzo and I am hearing Will.
You're hearing the slappy whap noises of the fappy fap. That's disgusting. Why the fuck did I say that? Anyway. You guys are amazing. I definitely intended to live. Fucking hell, I killed Helzo again. Shit.
I don't need much after these episodes, man. Sorry.
What happened to John? He's having a will of the fans moment. What the shit?
All right, my mic went shitty for a second. I should be back.
Super hot now.
We need to talk t-shirts very quickly. John's got a very cool NAN t-shirt. Helzo's got a very cool Exposition 33 t-shirt. I've got a bass guitar headstock. What have you got, Will?
Mine today is hold on. Just a second. Yeah, we need to start doing this because I do own a lot of fucking really cool t-shirts. Mine is
a NES controller, awesome.
That's awesome.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
It's also a reference to 2001.
Yeah, it's the monolith.
Yeah, it's the monolith at the start of 2001: A Space Odyssey, but it's Donkey Kong and a NES pad.
Oh, I heard the 2001 theme in 8-bit one time, and I need to find it.
Oh yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's
I've heard that.
amazing.
And Talkie Toaster, who are you? Who's changing their name? I want to know. It's driving me crazy. I gotta know because I want to thank them.
It might just be somebody who's a big Red Dwarf fan who came along because we were covering Red Dwarf.
It's someone here who's.
I think it's somebody who's normally here who's changed their name to
someone
Talkie
just
Toaster because
ditches out.
Red Dwarf.
Someone just ditches out and changes accounts, and I'm all for it. I love shit like that. We finally got Hypno's got all his dogs and kids and pets and stuff. We got Talkie Toaster. Talkie Toaster invading SNH earlier on, by the way, and super chatting something for me, asking if I want some toast, and nobody got it. And I had to explain the lore of Talkie Toaster to everybody.
There is a certain joy in being esoteric.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's great. I love it. It's like when the t-shirt, it's super weird combo of things. I love t-shirt designs like that. For a long time, I could not resist them.
Can't beat a bit of crumpet.
Yes, indeed. The problem is, all my t-shirts with these kinds of designs on them are several years old now, like pre-Philippines. I bought them. A lot of them spent time in drawers while I was here, and then got brought when my parents arrived. So they're in better nick than they should be for as old as they are, but they're starting to fall apart. So I'm getting photos of the designs and then photoshopping the backgrounds out and printing them onto new t-shirts.
Hey man,
well that's like that's content preservation. That's awesome. You're doing the Lord's work there, man.
Well, yeah, that's what I think. Anyway, that's why I've got a whole bunch of new t-shirts that I went and got printed the other day, and the hat too. I got Will of the Fans hat now.
Ah, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
I've got a couple of them.
Nice.
Actually. Yeah, you know. Anyway, let's do some outros, guys. It's been long enough, and I feel like everybody's got other things they probably ought to be doing. So, Helzo, would you like to wrap us up? What you got coming up?
I would very much like. Thank you very much for having me. Awesome time as always. My future, yep. My future plans are videos. Tomorrow is the new Tangent Kings episode 3. We're gonna have some very nice time. Hopefully, very nice topics, and we're gonna be able to discuss a lot of stuff in the 2 hours that we have. Videos, streams, playing Silk Song now, and getting my ass beat, but. Damn, is this a very good contender for Game of the Year, by the way? Very good. It is. It actually is. I was
Up there
thinking
with
it was going to
Expedition
be
33.
No, it is a good contender, and I
Right.
need to play more I need to play it through to see how it will influence me. I don't think that it will beat Expedition 33 in my head, but it's a very good contender. It is an
Kinda
awesome
difficult to-
game, and for the price, it beats out pretty much like not even for the price. Even if the price was higher, it'll be beating.
Yeah, it's like 16 quid, isn't it?
People are loving
Yeah.
it, and it's dirt
It's
cheap.
a lovely game. It's a soothing game. Like I was explaining on stream, I needed something to be calm for me, like a calm aesthetic, even though the game is frustrating as hell. Because I've been playing Elden Ring, and if I have continued to play Elden Ring with what's been happening with the cat and everything, I would probably just be on stream bashing my computer or my guitar, and I don't want that. I'm not that kind of a musician.
I'd definitely like to play it, but unfortunately, I also missed out on Hollow Knight because it came out about a month before the original Switch, and that was where all my focus was. So I missed it. Then I came to the Philippines like 3 months later. So
yeah, I play the Hollow Knight. I played it
as well.
Yeah, I think I played it briefly on a friend's PlayStation, but I didn't ever really get into it.
I've
So
actually
I'd
got
like
it
to
on
play it.
Switch, but I've never actually started it because I've got such a backlog. But it was on a
Yeah.
good deal, and I knew like loads of my mates liked it, so I thought I'd get it while it's on a good deal.
I'll
And
get
now
round
there's
to
a
it.
sequel that's an even better deal.
I know.
Yeah,
It's only
I
about
played the original
seven.
too.
It's about
$7.
£7 on Steam in the Philippines at the moment. Converting.
Yeah, I got a
getting it
physical copy on Switch.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'd like to
Yeah.
play it.
Yep,
You can
Enough
play it.
like I remember hearing about it and going, I don't know what that is. Is that like Rogue Legacy or something? You know, that was my sort of thought process. And I was again, when I first got here, I didn't have a console. I couldn't fit the console, my PlayStation, into my piano case. All I had was a piano and some clothes. So, like the clothes were stuffed around the piano. That was my entire luggage when I got to the Philippines. That and whatever I could fit in my backpack. So I was like a MacBook and a laptop.
Dude, I've done that with guitar cases. Don't you worry about that.
Exactly right. So it was like not until 2018, after my first trip back for Christmas, that I was able to bring my PlayStation back, and then it bricked, and I had to end up saving up, and it took me 6 months to raise the money to be able to buy a PlayStation, a PS4, which was, by the way, the first real win I had here. Like when I had enough disposable income to be able to buy a PlayStation for myself, I thought I'm going to survive, you know.
Indeed.
Then I got made redundant. You know, but at least I had Skyrim, you know.
That's right. That's right. And you know, as we're speaking about games that are on sales currently, and this is a space-based show, even though Skyrim is the other end of the spectrum, you can either pick up Mass Effect Legendary Edition for like $6 right now.
I think so.
Yeah, it's $6 for that, or it's $3.50 each for Knights of the Old Republic 1, and Knights of the Old Republic 2 is also $3.50. So if everybody's looking for some games that are under $10, you can either
That's
get
crazy. I've been gifted all of them already.
Oh,
Not
never.
today, but by these lovely people who watch us. So I don't need them, but that's some fucking sound advice for anybody. Anyway, Helzo, I'm sorry I walked all over you, mate. Finish your.
No worries,
No,
mate.
that was my fault.
I played like you. I played a little bit of the original Hollow Knight, and now I'm playing it off stream. But turns out I've played way more than I remember.
I have
But
another
again,
question
still
now.
some.
Fuck.
Yeah, go for it.
The character you're playing as in Silk Song, right?
Yeah.
That was a boss in the original, wasn't it?
It was someone who it's a kind of a boss, but later it helps you. And it basically actually can play a little bit into what ending you're gonna get. It actually helps you with one of the more final. It helps you with the actual. I don't know if I should. It gets you with one of the main bosses in the game. It can help you a lot. And yeah. It's an amazing. Both games are amazing. Both games' aesthetic is amazing. Definitely a lot of improvements in Silksong with a lot of mechanics. And it's a soothing game. It's something that you can play off stream for an hour or two every day, and it's just gonna help you pass the time.
That sounds like exactly what I need, because right now I'm committed to MGS Delta, like perfect achievement run, and it's gonna take me like 2 more playthroughs because I've focused on one thing at a time, and I want to really play it a lot, you know. But after that, I think I could do with something that's less tense, you know.
Yeah, Hollow Knight is gonna be right up your if you like Metroidvania platformers.
Who the hell doesn't like a Metroidvania?
By the way, funny you ask. Younger generation of people genuinely don't cater to 2D games because they didn't grow up with them. That's at least my observation.
Not my kids, mate. I'll be starting them on Super Mario Brothers on my Super Nintendo.
That's the way to go, man. That's the way to go.
Yeah, you have to instill the classics. All right, I'm done. Find me on Disgusting. That's my channel on YouTube, and pretty much that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you, Rhoda.
Apparently I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow.
Sorry about that.
I will have my Mario stream either before or after, depending on how shit goes at work tomorrow. But that's all cool because, like I say, I want to experiment with different timings with that anyway. Then see you guys on Tuesday, and my Tomb Raider stream after your show on Tuesday, and then network show on Wednesday. I'm gonna try and show up for Hellzo tomorrow night as well, but it depends how timings go, obviously.
And if you need to dip from what we're doing to do that, then do it. You know, it's fine. This is a bonus thing that we do for me getting rewards. I'm not going to hold any of you to it, really.
It's too fun to dip.
Yeah, it's great laugh, isn't it?
Yeah,
and the chat love it, and it's created lore as well. Like tons of lore, like the toaster lore, like the invaded SNH earlier. I love it. I love it.
Brian, brother, I'd say.
I'm
Brian, brother Ate as well. Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna like I'm very tempted to save that and showcase it tomorrow.
Oh, you have to, because I don't think I think he was asleep when it first got posted.
He hasn't
commented on it one way or the other yet. So you have to bust his balls on stream.
All right, everybody, shh. Everybody, shh. Don't tell Ryan. All right. Anything else?
Still, like same old. I'm plugging away at the songs. I'm getting more new songs made than videos finished, obviously, because that's just me. And yeah, it's going to be a good week. I can feel it's going to be a good week because, like,
we need one.
I thought I was going to lose my job last week, and I didn't. And I thought I wasn't going to be able to turn up, and I could. And
always going to find,
you know, everything's kind of like, I don't want to jinx it, like touch wood. And my desk is actually made of wood. It was made by my housemate's brother. I really feel like everything's going my way, and
nice.
I'm feeling really, really positive, and I want to make some content. I want to get that 80th sub back, because I'm down to 79, and
somebody go sub to Rhoda if you're not. Somebody go sub to Rhoda right now.
Yeah, please do.
Link your channel in the chat, Rhoda. Come on, somebody go sub to Rhoda. He's a nice bloke and he does lovely, relaxing streams.
I could do with 105 people, really, but yeah.
But yeah, if you haven't subbed yet to Rhoda,
there you go.
Go.
All right. Anything else?
Not really. I just I do have to say sorry. Like, although everything's gone my way the last 2 weeks, and somehow I've managed to make it. Next week I'm not going to be able to make a Sunday. I know that for a fact. I've really looked at the schedule, and there is just no bloody chance. But
Right.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine for Tuesday and Thursday. After that, I will be right back and here for everything.
Right. Okay.
It's just next Sunday that I just there's nothing I can work out.
Oh no! Next week is Dimension Jump.
I know, right? But
this sucks.
You could tune in from your mobile from work and just
just listen.
I could drop in for 25 minutes if they let me save my break until like after 2 o'clock. I could drop in on my phone for 25 minutes.
Yeah,
See what you can do.
You know what? I bloody will.
All right. Cool. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll sort it out.
Anyway, let's go on. Let's move on. John?
Yeah, of course, I will be here again with you guys tomorrow at this time, as we are here, Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, generally speaking, at this time, and for any kind of pickup streams that time of day, perfectly works. Other than that, I don't mind because I have the rest of the day off. Because as I mentioned earlier, if you want to catch up with Toasty tonight, will be her inaugural co-hosting with Sammy 3Pete over on his channel. I believe that's at 9 p.m. Eastern. So 12 hours from when the show begins. So if you go give her some support in her new Sunday thing, that would be greatly appreciated. Otherwise, you can always see me with her throughout the week at 8 p.m. Eastern, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And of course, on the weekends, I do the Weekend Culture over on Honey Badger Arcade channel at 11 a.m. Eastern. But immediately after this, a lovely lady from Japan has sent me some music to listen to and give her some feedback. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm probably going to, do some Metal Gear and maybe some road maintenance on the game that I'm not supposed to mention. I'm just going to take it easy for the rest of the day. But thank you, everybody. This has been a fun 4.5 hours just hanging out. Which all more reason why the value proposition of coming back and joining with us tomorrow, because if we just tried to tack it on today, you'd only get like a couple games, whereas tomorrow we can be here for a good time.
That's another reason why.
Yeah. So, do come hang out with us again tomorrow. But thank you so much for all the everything active in the chat, all the subs, the gifties, all the wonderful stuff that you guys do. Of course, always a pleasure hanging out with you lads here, talking about an awesome, amazing show on Sundays. But with all that said, safe travels ahead. Y'all have a wonderful week going forward. Of course, be awesome as always.
Beautiful. As for me, well, I'll be putting out some videos probably tomorrow. Most of you won't see them until we go live again. So check back here at the usual time for WTF Live tomorrow, and we will be playing Jackbox for all of you lovely people who I will name now. St. Hugo, Rosie, Sardot, disgusting, thank you. Paul Thomas Ashworth, Furious Dan, Stephen Bromby, Grufus Grimm, Furious Dan again, a couple more times, 40, 7169, TJAP Steve, Rosie again, TJAP Steve again, Talkie Toaster, TJAP Steve again, James Opp, St. Hugo, TJAP Steve, Rhoda, Steve, and Noel. Thank you all so much. You guys fucking keep me afloat. And that means a lot. A lot. So we will be doing a stream tomorrow. 9 p.m. my time, 9 a.m. ET, and 2 p.m. UK. From there, you should be able to figure out wherever you are. And we'll be playing some Jackbox for several games, as John said, instead of a couple. As for now, I have to go to bed because otherwise I will be dead by the time I have to take my niece to school. And Can't be doing that. Got to be awake to be driving. So take care.
Yes.
I've got to update these fucking credits too. They're so out of date. So out of date. So I'll try and do that tomorrow before we go live. For now, that'll be it. Thank you so much for everybody who showed up. You're all absolute bloody legends. And God, another 4.5 hour stream. Fucking crazy. I don't know why these other guys, these three guys, they put up with me and my shenanigans so much. It's fucking really. Go subscribe to all of them. That's it. Take care. Spike your hair. Peace out. Peace in the Middle East. Go to hell. RIP Charlie Kirk. Fuck the left. See you in hell. Bye-bye.